Ladies and gentlemen, hello, good evening, and welcome to the second half of Week 2 here at Black Twitch League. I am your host, Aulz. I am joined this evening on the desk by Crimzs. Welcome to the cast, and welcome to BTL.
Hello, thank you. Appreciate the welcome here. Excited to get this cast. I mean, we have a draft underway though, and they're speeding through the bands though.
Yeah, this evening our first game is going to be Shenendoah facing off against Spectre Gaming. Both of these teams are 1-0 so far and vying to stay at 2-0. We will be following this up by DPS and the Performance Unenhanced Ducks. The Ducks, of course, looking to claw back after a rough Week 1 game last night, trying to stay 1-1 here. Looks like...
Well, yeah, bands are underway, and Jinx being picked up here. Early pick as well. I think it's a bit risky to do this, as Jinx is very counterable, and there are a lot of counter picks like the Tristana. There's also Nautilus, a lot of burst potential. So I'm wondering, though, if they're going to respond in kind with something a little more aggressive, like a Jarvan would be pretty good into the Jinx so far.
Yeah, it is worth noting, though, that last night Shenendoah played very heavily through Creighton in the bot lane. So going ahead and giving him that priority isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world here, even if it does mean that the rest of the team is going to have to be built around protecting that Jinx.
That is, I mean, so maybe expecting a Lulu, some supportive picks from their side. Lulu is extremely overpowered right now, has an insane amount of peel with the polymorph, with the ulti, provides a lot of damage as well. So far, Misfortune should do well in the lane, but I think supports are going to be the real important pickup here.
Yeah, Misfortune has been a heavy prio in this most recent series of patches. Has been nerfed a couple of times, but still pick ban in a lot of these matches. Braum here, as a counter to the Misfortune, doesn't offer as much of the support of a Lulu or a Renata here for the Jinx. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that this also is potentially a big mistake because Braum's most famous counter is Rakan. Misfortune Rakan Jarvan is a really good potent combo, especially against Jinx. I think that this is a pretty big mistake. That being said, you do have to capitalize and punish on it. I don't know if Spectre are going to pick up the Rakan. I'm looking, and I don't think I see too much Rakan play. But I mean, hey, sometimes you can first pick something and still do well with it on stage here.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, for Creighton, this is a rough matchup because he is currently ranked Gold 4, whereas Learning was registered to this league as a Master Tier player. So that's going to be a big uphill battle for this bot lane of Shenendoah.
Okay, they go with the Amumu, something that doesn't scale as much, a little more effective early game. They're really aiming for that Wombo combo level 6 activation. Misfortune Amumu, very famous at being able to do lots of team fight damage as well as the ability to annihilate people in the 2v2. So Braum seems to have found some effectiveness here. If they can get the shield up in time, then they will be able to prevent a lot of damage. I believe it's Etherealist's job to do that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people as well sleep on the pre-6 ability of Amumu to lock people down with the double bandage toss.
Oh yes,
He
very
has
very
a
strong.
lot of chase down. If this Jinx and Braum rather push up even just a little bit too far, they could find themselves at risk of being run down by this pair.
Yeah, the all in from Amumu is very strong. Misfortune not really an all in champion though. A bit of a mismatch, but certainly will be very effective in the bot lane nonetheless. If they want to go for the kill after poking down, that is there. But yeah, the Amumu double Q works level 1 as well, but unfortunately, Shenandoah have the Braum, and he's just really strong level 1 as well, so not going to find the level 1 effectiveness on Amumu here.
Yeah. Unsurprising bans coming out of Shenandoah here in the second half. Both of those targeting Jodran, who was a bit of a surprising standout in week 1. We weren't expecting this top lane to be the big power point for Spectre, but Jodran came out of left field and absolutely crushed in 2 consecutive games. So pinching his pool just a little bit here may be a good choice for Shenandoah.
And it looks like they're also blocking out some really good engaged champions from the top lane. Kennen and Ione there. very strong operating in a team fight, and it really looks like Spectre is indexing on a team fight comp. I mean, just look at these members here. Lots of AoE, lots of Group CC. They want a wombo combo their way to victory here.
Yeah, is there any concern for you that Spectre right now is lacking in the damage department?
They should have tons of damage, even potentially in late game, depending on how Misfortune does and what build that they go with here. But the Oriana is going to be providing lots of damage in the mid game. So they're a mid game focused team comp. So as long as the game is staying roughly pre 40 minutes, I think they're going to have plenty of damage to finish off members here. That being said, Lissandra is pretty survivable as well as Braum and Sejuani. So, and look, they just threw an Udyr on top of that. A lot of tankiness here. So that might cut down that time a little shorter. But if they really pick up Jinx with all these group AoE, just even in the crossfire, I think they're going to have plenty of damage to win these fights.
Shenendoah really rocking the synergy here so far, have all identical icons and now all blue champions for for Champ Draft here. The question is, will that synergy extend to their gameplay? Last pick
Yeah, we'll
here
see.
will be a power pick for Jodran once again with the Darius.
Yeah, I think Darius is actually not a bad pick. I know that everyone thinks, oh, Darius is not a really good competitive champion. And while that is true, in this case, he doesn't really have to do much engaging with, which is his weakest point, as all of the enemies are going to be coming towards him. I mean, Lissandra, Sejuani, Udyr, those are all champions that want to walk into your team, and Darius is very happy into those champions here. And so Darius pick, not a bad pickup here.
Absolutely. Additionally, the true damage from the fully stacked Noxian Guillotine could help to cut through some of these tankier members with the Udyr, with the Sejuani, with the Braum, making those tanks here that Shen Yu has drafted to counter the Misfortune and the Oriana a little bit less valuable in these team fights.
Yeah, I know you were talking about Spectre's damage, but let's talk about Shen Yu's damage here. As look, they do not have high damaging members. They only have one, and it's definitely the Jinx. Udyr is a massive tank as well as Sejuani. Lissandra's damage falls off straight up in the mid game, like right in the mid team fighting phase, unless they get a lead, of course. So they're only really looking at a one damage threat from the side of Spectre, and they have plenty of tools to play around it. So look, and you said last week that they were playing around Creighton here. Well, they are definitely doing it this time as well. But now all of it is on their shoulders to carry this game. They're the only good source of damage on their team.
You know, Crimzs, I'm not so sure I agree with you there because of the recently reworked Udyr. Rick Leroll
Mhm.
has shown that he is a strong player for Shenandoah as well, and the Udyr with the Sunfire into Demonic build that has been so common recently puts out deceptive amounts of damage with that Cryo Phoenix stance. So I
Oh yeah,
think
yeah, it is good.
there is enough damage there and enough AoE damage coming out of the Udyr that it's not necessarily as much of a concern as you're making it out to be. However,
Yeah,
if that
yeah,
Udyr goes to
definitely
way
can't take it
awesome
on
Kevin,
misfortune.
if that Udyr goes on to way awesome Kevin, that might be a different story entirely.
Oh, you're thinking Udyr was in the jungle?
I absolutely expect it to be in the jungle.
Ah, well, let's talk about some new technology on the Rift here, as Udyr has been making his way out the top lane with the Doran's Ring 2 potion start. And you're asking yourself, well, wouldn't Udyr want to have a Doran Shield instead? No, because his mana is so garbage, you need to get Doran's Ring in order to sustain in the top lane. We'll see. It's kind of scary to do that into Darius. We'll see if Way Awesome Kevin's going to do that. But yeah, as long as Udyr has that mana, will be a threat in the top lane. Needs to get those kills with the Doran Ring. But into Darius, that's going to be a bit scary. And I think Jordan has some angles to get kills on the top lane here.
Absolutely. Speaking of the other matchup that's suggested by that, how do you feel about Swagasm on the Jarvan the Fourth into the Rick Leroll of Sejuani? Which of these champs do you think is going to have more of an effect in the early game here?
Well, definitely Jarvan. I mean, Jarvan's an early ganking champion, has level 2 ganking potential as well, and not the best clear, and he doesn't scale well as a tank, so it's going to really be on Swagasm to make effort early game, get some plays to going, get ganks, get some objectives as well, And Sejuani seems more as the scaler, is better in the farming department actually, and will have way more effectiveness in the mid to late game. So J4 should be able to get ganks happening early. I don't know exactly about the 1v1. Jarvan doesn't really want a 1v1 anyway. He's more about ganking. That's the style.
All right. Anything else you want to call our attention to before we step aside for just a couple of minutes here?
I think we went over a lot, but yeah, I think if we're going to talk about at what point a team's going to start winning, Spectre definitely is going to be strong in the mid game. It's going to be on Shenendoah Esports to avoid really bad team fights and angles in the mid game and try to get to that late game team fighting stage.
All right. Well, we'll have to see how they weather that storm here. We're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes, let these guys load onto the Rift. However, when we come back, the first game of the night in the second half of Week 2 here, Shenandoah facing off against Spectre. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. One. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome onto the Rift. The teams have loaded in and are about to head out here for game number 1 of the second day of week number 2. We have Spectre on the blue side and No, Spectre on the red side and Shenendoah on the blue. I need to look at the right labels here. Looks like we're seeing some interesting moves here from Shenendoah. All 5 members bunching up in this bush on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, they do have a Braum, best level 1 in the game, and I think they will have enough auto attacks there to get an instant stun with bonus damage. So pairing that top with Sejuani and the Udyr, I think that this could be a kill if they go for it. They're not moving yet, so either late invade or they're trying to punish someone to walk into their jungle here.
Yeah, well, we're looking to see if they get off the punish. Let's take a look at summoner spells and runes here. Anything that gives you some concern, anything you think is worth calling out here? I see the cleanse on Orianna to avoid the Lissandra, but is there anything else that jumps out at you, Crimzs?
Yeah, maybe the cleanse on Misfortune is not really that high prio. Maybe you want to go something that's better for the lane. Obviously, worried about Sejuani, Lissandra ultimate, so that one's just debatable. That's probably the worst defense, which is not even that bad. Oh, here we go. Ethereal just walks right in, double stun.
Stun it comes out from the Braum passive, crit down to under half health, but Ethereal is down to 210. Barely walking away from that.
Yeah, didn't decide to go in for the kill. Certainly would have been a possibility. But unfortunately, as I said, yeah, Misfortune not really good at the all-ins too much here.
Yeah, not
And
level
interesting
1
enough,
especially.
look, both junglers are opting to path towards bot lane here. So that is quite interesting. Top lane going to be ignored in the first clear for both junglers. As it looks like J4, I mean, I would think that he would get there first, or going for a cheesy level 2 gank.
Yeah, let's take a look at him sitting there in that bush. Has it warded, or has it swept, so he knows there's nothing. Gets the flag and drag knockup. Sincere support, gonna use the glacial path to get out, down under 100 health. But the command dissonance is not quite enough, and sincere support will be able to back and teleport back into lane.
Yeah, it does burn the TP, so at least you get one some. Here we go, full in from the Udyr. That ultimate is doing a lot of damage. Jordan definitely has to respect that. Sorry, Jodran has to respect that. But, unfortunate for the J4 Swaggasm not getting the kill. And that means Rick LaRolle is the bottom
We're gonna see a
first.
fight here. The ghost popped by Jodran gets the fully stacked Noxian Might, but doesn't have any more damage. So Way Awesome Kevin won't quite bleed out and will be able to teleport back himself.
Yep, I almost messed you up there. Infected your mind. Definitely Jodran, as we no ganks on the bot side so far, so they're just dueling it out.
No, Rick
Interesting to
LaRolle
see.
did look for it though.
Yeah, definitely was eyeing it, and I mean, look, Jinx is in the bot lane here. Definitely, both teams want to either assist or completely shut down this Jinx here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on a hyper carry player like Creighton, who wants to get out in front and wants to be carrying this team to victory. Again, has his work cut out for him. Learning played quite well in the somewhat more supportive role as ADC last week here on the Hypercarry Misfortune. Will have a little bit more pressure on his shoulders, but they're pretty wide shoulders. Learning should be a-okay. Both junglers coming down here as well, so we're going to see a big fight in the next 30 seconds or so, probably.
Yeah, wait, awesome. Kevin is walking topside. Oh, here we go. Looks like
Etherealist
they're going
coming
for
in.
it.
The stun coming out of Crit. J4 knocks up 2 with the Flag and Drake. However, he's the first to get stunned up by the Braum passive. Braum picks up 1. The passive now procs onto Crit, who's down under 100 health. Will get hit by the Zap. Creighton now excited twice over. Going on to Learning. Doesn't quite have enough damage. Under 200 health is Learning, but he will walk away.
Yeah, and man, unfortunately, you get the counter gank. You were sitting there in the lane, and you die first as well. That is going to feel bad, especially on this J4. All right, more 1v1 in the top side. Definitely going to be seeing a lot of that.
Ooh, flash
As
forward from Jodan. Gets the apprehend, the immediate stun to try and keep Way Awesome Kevin alive. Jodan is out of mana here, but Way Awesome Kevin isn't much better. Will this Udyr re-engage? Looks like the answer is going to be no for now.
Yeah, I think you can just heal up with a turtle stance. No real reason to go for the kill anyway. Definitely going to be able to out-sustain, as Jojoran really needs to hit you with the Q to get health back, and believe that he is out of pots.
Yeah, Jodan has no more charges on that refillable. We're going to once again see the junglers matching here. The Sejuani has been spotted, but Swagasm, nobody knows that he's here. So Way Awesome Kevin going to go for the engage, gets the stun off, pops the Phoenix stance. Jodran so low, Rick LaRolle flashing forward to try and get the knockup. Does
Oh!
manage it, but Way Awesome Kevin falls to Jodran on the backside of the fight. Can Rick LaRolle find this Darius before dying to Swagasm? The apprehend completely
Oh.
misses. Rick LaRolle picks up one, but will fall to Swagasm. Here comes the
Oof.
Lissandra, though. Can Swagasm get out in time? Doesn't have the flag for another couple of seconds. Doesn't look like he's going to run. He might
Oh, is
even
this
be
a
looking for
trap?
the re-engage onto Sincere Support. Flag and drag lands. Look at the damage coming out on the Swagasm. Here is Crit. The flash bandage toss misses.
Oh,
Swagasm under 300 health. Crit going in
oh,
under
goes
the
for it.
turret. Gets the ignite off. Gets the kill. And will not fall to the turret. One turret
All
shot
right.
away, but Crit is okay.
I see you out here. Respect. That was a respectable play. You missed the first one, but you had the heart to go for the second one and turret dive level 3 on a Mumu. You had the kill with the Ignite and the J4Q. So gotta say, Crit out here making plays for Spectre. So far looking pretty good. Jodran, not level 6 yet.
Yeah, Jodran has to be a little bit careful running into the level 6 of Way Awesome Kevin. Obviously, on the Udyr, it's a little bit less valuable than some of the other champions in the game, but still a power spike that Jodran needs to respect. You do see the
Yeah,
Drake
and
picked
man,
up here for Rick LaRolle, though.
yeah, all those top shenanigans do leave the dragon open. Swagasm was up there the whole time. So that gives opportunity enough for Rick LaRolle to go ahead, path bottom. I mean, their bot lane was pushing in as well because Crit wasn't there. So that is definitely a free dragon. So good macro decision in response to the top side fights. As we have Swagasm, I believe, trying to secure himself a good positioning for this Shelly.
Yeah, did steal the blue buff. We also noticed Way Awesome Kevin stealing his own jungler's Gromp. So Rick LaRolle here, unless he can get a good invade of his own, will be a little bit behind here in farm compared to the Darius. Or the J4. It's a day that ends in Y here, Crimz. I am not doing well.
Hey, we all have those days. I mean, look, it's sometimes players pick names that seems like they're trying to mess you up. I really feel like Jodran is one of
Fade getting
those.
engaged on here. The root comes out. The glacial prison is immediately cleansed away. Rick LaRolle is here, but the shockwave going
Oh,
out
good
onto
ult.
Sincere Support. Sincere Support solo. One more auto attack will do it. It does come out. However, the stun onto Fade. Can this Orianna run away? The super mega death rocket out of nowhere takes out the Orianna.
Wow, it looks like Fade was gonna get away there, but stopped in their tracks. Crit's not level 6 yet,
Well,
so they don't
neither
have the
is
combo.
Etherealist, but Learning is the first to get stunned up. The Chompers come out, but do not quite land. Now comes the stun onto Crit, who's down under 400 health. Rick LaRolle is on the way as well. Those rockets already doing so much damage, and we might be seeing a dive here. Crit hanging around at 200 health. Rick LaRolle has the ultimate available, and will be looking to go under the turret here. Stuns up Crit. The bandage toss hits, but it's way too late as the Amumu falls.
Yeah, Learning is endangered. Definitely does not want to stick around. 3v1, even with a turret, is not a wise decision. That does back in the bush, as this may be some free plays for the top boss side. Jordan, oh my goodness. Yeah. Look, I'm trying to talk about the game, and then these two top laners are just going to keep fighting the whole time here. I should probably just turn my attention to that instead. As, look, Udyr picks up a kill in the 1v1, and that's unfortunate because Swagasm was probably trying to get some plates with the Rift Herald for Jodran as well. So that is going to put a bit of a thorn in their plans.
Yeah, does still have that in his pocket though, so he can drop it elsewhere if another lane needs to get boosted ahead here. Currently hanging around Fade, was spotted in the bush by a pink ward, but thinking that going around might be enough. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Sincere Support playing very safely here, and is in fact going to get a support of his own to perhaps make Fade's life a little bit less fun.
Yeah, these supports are still not level 6 here. Thuriel's still 5 after all this time, and Crit just hit 5 himself.
Here comes
Thuriel's looks like he's going
Etherealist.
for the play. Yeah, all those minions in the way, not going to make that very likely. Our Dragon up in a minute 40, so with the Rift Herald, that is an opportunity for Swagasm to use to secure the Dragon, or they can try to jump the play, get some turret plates. it's really going to be on Swagasm and his decision making for the next few minutes here.
Yeah, and I see a glaring pain point already with Creighton here, who's sitting at 2-0-2, up 1,000 gold already, and letting this Jinx scale is not what Spectre needed.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to win through the bot lane against this Jinx instead here. They're going for another lane gank. Top laners doing what top laners do. That is a massive wave, though.
Yeah, Wave here helping out Jodran. Way Awesome Kevin gets hit by all the stacks of the Noxian passive. Sincere Support dodges the Shockwave with a perfectly timed Glacial Prison on himself. Both of these mid
Oh,
laners running so low, but the command move and Shockwave does what it needs to do. Fade with another solo kill in the mid lane.
yeah, Fade really stepping up here, especially when his team needs it.
Way Awesome
Two
Kevin with
kills up.
another Apprehend.
We just keep getting baited by top lane here.
I know, they look like they're going to fight, and then the moment we think they're not going to fight, there's a kill. It's ridiculous.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, as I was singing Fade's praises, up 2 kills as well as 20 CS just about. Fade might be
Looks
the
like we're
answer
going to
Spectre's
see
looking for.
another fight here, though. Learning in perhaps a bad position. Rick LaRolle and Etherealist have caught him out. The Braum passive goes down. Here comes the Sejuani stun, and Rick LaRolle takes down Learning.
Yeah, they have a very cheeky ward there that spots the Gromp take, and that is an opportunity. All right, Ethereal's trolling jungler just for a moment there, and this might be cutting off this dragon for Spectre. They still haven't even used the Rift Herald of a. Or it looks like they did. Just
No,
got
it was used
destroyed
bot
somewhere.
lane.
Oh well, other
Swagasm
things
coming
are
in on a
happening.
sincere support. The Glacial Path will be triggered right at the end, though.
Well, they do not pick up this dragon here, so that's 2-0 on the dragons for the side of Shenendoah Esports. And now, there's not really an objective up that anyone can immediately take.
Yeah, no, we'll have a little bit of a slowdown here. Worth noting, we did comment during draft about the potential lack of damage in the late game from Shenandoah, and Infernal Drake would go a long way towards helping that out.
Yeah, that Infernal Trick would be a nice boost. Definitely works in the favor for both teams. I think the Infernal with Misfortune and the Oriana is also very strong. As Sincere Support is finding themselves very low HP against Fade yet again. I'm seeing multiple members find their way towards the mid lane.
Yeah, we even see Jodran roaming down the flash route from Sincere Support. Has to ult himself, though. Here comes the Cataclysm on to Fade. Fade has not died yet, though. Can Rick LaRolle pick him up? Sincere Support is already dead. And no, Jodran with the double kill here in the mid lane. Creighton with
Oh!
another snipe on the mid laner. Oh my gosh. Learning has to ping
Yo,
that out for his mid laner, man.
Creighton is a absolute sniper here. 2 in a row. Doesn't miss.
Jodran may have bitten off more than he can chew, though, getting burned down by that Cryo Phoenix stance. The heal from the Decimate will keep him alive, but Way Awesome Kevin definitely wins that war.
Yeah, it's at the point where Way Awesome Kevin just does so much damage with the ultimate as well as tankiness with the shield. Makes it look like Jojoran is just doing nothing, but
Ooh, Jodran maybe baiting a
nonetheless,
little bit here. The Flag and Drag comes out, but completely whiffs.
really on the edge of that J4 knockup. Couldn't get it. As we finally get our mythics coming around, Jinx opting for the Gale Force instead here.
I think that's a pretty good idea here. Jinx is, of course, known for being heavily immobile, especially into a team like the J4, Oriana, and Amumu. Having even just a little bit of movement to dodge one of those abilities could save Creighton's life here and buy enough time for Rick LaRolle or Etherealist to start zoning for their ADC.
Yeah, oh my goodness, Fade is 2 levels up on Sincere Support. This is a huge advantage as well. Very smartly gets the Leandries, lots of tanky members on the opposite side there. Invade going down, might get punished.
Yeah, Crit is here, has the ball on top of him. Are we going to see a Shockwave? The Bandage Toss comes through once again. There's going to be 3 members here, 4 members from both sides. The Shockwave lands onto 2, but it might be Fade in trouble. Etherealist is going to be the first to fall here, but Creighton has joined the fight. Uh,
Learning.
Learning
on the
on the
side.
way. Fade is going to fall. No, flashes away. The bullet time over the top will take out the Sejuani, and Creighton gets hit by the bandage toss, is going to fall. Crit managing to run away, and it's just Sincere Support left, and Sincere Support is going to fall. A double kill for the Misfortune, and suddenly, Learning's back in the game.
Yeah, that was a very good stun by Crit, catching them out as well. Calling that out for whoever shot called that. Props to them. Swagasm had a very good ultimate, and Fade, even though they drop in that fight, did a lot of damage as well as pretty good ultimate. And unfortunately, Creighton wasn't really able to do much in that fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Shenendoah, despite Fade having played such a good game so far, because of those rocket snipes from Creighton, there was no shutdown on him. Meanwhile, there was a nice shutdown on Creighton that this Misfortune was able to pick up. So the gold difference in the bot lane actually has been shrunk down to just 500.
Yeah, it has definitely been reduced here. And, a bit unexpectedly, you wouldn't have thought this, how the game was going, but the richest member on the field right now is Swagasm, just barely ahead of the Jinx, but nonetheless. Oh, never mind, the farm did change that around, but Swagasm falling very closely until with Creighton here on the money game. As look, 2-1-7. Definitely took a while, but look, there's a lot of effective ganks and skirmishes coming out from Swagasm in this transition to mid game.
Absolutely, with 82% kill participation, Swagasm is doing his job beautifully, making sure that everyone else on the map gets ahead. Looks like we're going to see another fight here potentially, as Misfortune and Amumu are on the side of this 4-man group from Shenendoah, with the Drake spawning in just 25 seconds. These teams are squaring up. Spectre does not want to let Soul Point go over to Shenandoah here. Would be Infernal Soul at 22 minutes if this went through. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Jodran and Way Awesome Kevin fighting back and forth. Jodran taking a lot of damage here. Does have that Decimate to heal up a little bit, but it may not matter as Way Awesome Kevin running him down with the Cryo Phoenix dance. Jodran's going to fall here in the solo kill, and Way Awesome Kevin barely took any damage at all.
This is going to put a lot of pressure on the four members of Spectre. With George run down, with Awesome Kevin is making their way. They're going for a fight.
Yeah, the fight starts here. Swagasm with the ultimate onto two members. The wall from Braum blocks a bit of the bullet time, but it does not matter. Two members, three members are already dead. Etherealist trying to zone away the rest of Spectre, but it's just Way Awesome Kevin in the background trying to find Crit. Will pick up one. However, here comes the Shockwave out. Learning is here as well, and Way Awesome Kevin is going to be cut down. That is a 5-for-1 ace, and an Infernal Drake picked up by Spectre.
Yeah, and I can't believe they won that team fight so heavily without Fade's ultimate. Certainly would have thought that was part of the burst combo, but Swagasm absolutely decimated Creighton in the back line. And even though MF didn't get a full ult, definitely helped in killing off that Jinx.
Yeah, and props to Etherealist for a well-timed wall. Got that up after the first couple of waves of the bullet time, which meant that a lot of that damage didn't go out immediately onto him and Sincere Support. However, it didn't matter because the J4 with the Gore Drinker just did too much damage in burst. And this is what happens when the J4 has all the gold in the world. He can delete an ADC.
Yeah, definitely will be able to delete ADCs. It doesn't stay for that way. It doesn't stay that way the whole game, though, as unfortunate that ADCs actually do get tanky enough to survive the J4 burst.
Uh,
And
that's true only so long as J4 does not have the most gold in the game.
that's true. That is also true. So it's on Swagasm to keep the money rolling in, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. Does have a more significant lead over Creighton now. Has finished, or close to finishing his second item here, so will be even more powerful in the near future. Mid lane turret does get picked up, but nobody is responding to this Udyr. And frankly, who can Spectre send right now?
Yeah, that is a bit of a tough question. I think that Fade's probably the best number. With the Phase Rush, should be able to avoid the Udyr while poking him down and creating space. Because, look, Jodran has not been doing great in this 1v1, and with this tank build coming out, I don't think it's going to get any better for this Darius.
No, this is an interesting build from the Darius, and one I don't see very much. Going Sunfire into what's likely going to be a dead man's plate here. You want to walk us through why he'd be choosing that in this particular situation?
I think probably because their team doesn't feel like they have a true front line. But Darius is one of those champions that kind of does front line through damaging and using the Q to survive instead. So maybe because of the matchup, doesn't feel like we'll be able to take advantage of the damage. Decides to go full tank for the front lining instead. Gonna lose effectiveness because let's be honest, we really do want a Darius with damaging items to be a threat. But unfortunately, I just think the way the top lane's going, they went for this decision instead.
Makes sense. We do see the second completed item coming out for Swagasm. It's going to be the Death Dance. So this J4 is going to be deceptively tanky himself.
Yeah, Death Dance does also give you lots of damage as well. Kind of a problem item, you could say, as certainly will help in killing Jinx as well as providing those tanky stats through the passives there, as we were talking about. So, J4 up on the curve so far. Phantom Dancer being completed the Jinx, and we're really waiting for that 3 item spike on the IE here. That's really where we're expecting Creighton to turn this around.
Yeah, currently it doesn't have any of those components. Both MF and Jinx are sitting on 2 items. So it will be imperative for these teams to try and let their ADC hit first. As you said, Fade does end up being the one sent to deal with Way Awesome Kevin. The Darius is
Oh,
floating
gets
here,
on
though, so
top.
this might be a full fight. The CC immune comes out. Fade trying to run away. Jodran on the way. The Shockwave comes out to buy a little bit more time. Can Jodran get in time? Does have the Winged Moonplate, but doesn't have quite enough speed, so the Udyr will get away.
Yep, Fade, unfortunately. I mean, once Udyr gets on top of you, it's really hard to shake him off there. And because of the state of the game, I guess the Baron is not really on the table. So they went for that 2-man play on bot side, and they don't really get punished for it at all. So far, that is going to be a good move.
Well, they don't get punished quite yet. However, Jodran has to be careful here as 4 members are collapsing onto him. And with the Drake spawning in 55 seconds here, which of these objectives are each team willing to give up? Like, if we were to see a trade here, does Shenendoah want the Drake more than they want the Baron here?
Well, so if they want to stall out the game, they can just give this Drake, or at least make it a bit of a pain to take. Because look, they do have 2. So they have plenty of Drakes they could give up before they can turn the game around. Their real objective should be to stall the game out because you are losing, but not by much. You can afford to give up Drakes. You don't have to fight for them.
Well,
And if you can trade for the Drake, that actually would be even better. As well,
Etherealist
I
may
guess they're
be in
not going to go for
trouble
that.
here. The bandage toss hits here. Etherealist down. Actually, not losing a whole lot of health here. The Glacial Fisher comes
Oh,
out,
good
lands
ult
on a 3.
hits.
Way Awesome Kevin is diverting the backline here, so there is
Oh,
no one here to
Fade!
follow up on a Swagasm. A huge bullet time, though, and a massive shockwave onto 4 members. 3 are dead already. Creighton will follow. It's just Sincere Support running away now, and that fight turned around in the blink of an eye. Here comes Jodran with the Ghost on top of him. A double kill with the Noxian Guillotine. We're going to see the Drake take, and we're going to see the rest of Spectre sprinting to that Baron. Forget the trade. We're going to see them take both.
Yeah, I really wish they listened to me, even though they cannot hear me here, as that was an absolutely disastrous team fight for the side of Shenandoah Esports here. And look, I mean, let's be honest, they didn't have good vision. All the vision was for the side of Spectre. They fought inside their own jungle, so they got cornered into smaller spaces. Okay, crit. That's
Crit
all
has
right.
to be
You know,
very
he
careful, or
still
Crit is going to get executed. That's
um
a bit of an
he still has
oops.
my respect from
Oh, here
earlier,
comes the
but
rocket. Is the rocket going to take anyone? No, not this time.
But yeah, I really wish they listened to me, went for the trade, and they got cornered in their own jungle, and they just got womboed by every single major team fighting ult from the side of Spectre there. And man, that was absolutely nasty.
Yeah, absolutely. And that fight looked like it was going well. Way Awesome Kevin was doing a great job of zoning, learning, and Fade out of the fight. So Swagasm was left alone in the back in a 4-man Cataclysm. But the stopwatch lasted long enough that Way Awesome Kevin had to leave that backline, which let the shockwave come out, which let the bullet time come out, and that's what turned that fight around. So
Yeah.
unfortunate for Way Awesome Kevin, did exactly what it needed to do, but his team just couldn't execute on the other side of the fight.
Oh yeah, I think they really need to do a better job of protecting Creighton here because I think every team fight they've allowed Swagasm to get on top of Creighton, And at that time, that was like a 4-man ultimate with the full Wombo on top of that. But they're just not really protecting Jinx. And as we were talking about in the draft, that is a major source of their damage.
Yeah, the other pain point here for Shenandoah, which we talked about as we were waiting for load in, this Lissandra, 0 and 7. You didn't love it from a drafting perspective, and we're seeing now that Sincere Support really isn't executing on it well at all.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the laning phase was not going too well as multiple ganks. Swagasm, though, going for another play here.
And may find a Furialist. The flag and drag comes out, as does the bandage toss, but looks like those Flame Chompers are going to be enough to dissuade anything further. Meanwhile, though, Fade and Learning got the mid turret, and boy, oh boy, where did that damage come from? Just a command attack and command dissonance take out Creighton's health bar to half.
Yep. Well, awesome, Kevin. Trying to make some leeway on the top side here. I believe that is going to be a turret going down, so they do get the bounty, but they're losing a lot more on the other side of the map here.
And Sincere Support has to be careful that he doesn't get collapsed on as well. The mid inhibitor turret falls. The mid inhibitor isn't going to be long for this world either, and only now is Way Awesome Kevin backing. So Spectre still has a window here to start this fight, or they're just going to rotate down to the bot inhibitor and try and take that as well before backing out. Ghost popped here, trying to go on to Swagasm. Way Awesome Kevin continuing the chase. Fade and Crit are so far ahead. Crit going deep here, does have the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Cataclysm lands onto 3. Creighton is the first to fall in this fight, as does the Braum. Swagasm on the back of this fight is causing so much chaos. Sincere Support dodges the Noxian Guillotine with a perfectly timed ultimate. However, Rick Roll is going to fall, as is the Lissandra so quickly after. Learning now running away from Way Awesome Kevin. Jodran coming for the chase will not manage to save his ADC, but it may not matter with just Way Awesome Kevin left alive. Fade is going to start running down the Nexus turrets, and when those Nexus turrets fall with these long timers left, this might just be enough to end the game.
Yeah, we got a few seconds for the bot lane to respawn, so I think Fade is definitely going to get out of there. Ooh,
Fade may be in trouble here. Does have the flash available. Will use it to get over the wall. Has the blast cone as well, so will get away. Super Mega Death Rocket just barely misses. Creighton's auto-targeting onto the Orianna isn't quite on target this time.
Yeah, and look here, they make it out with 2 inhibs down as well, and they won that last team fight. All lights are green for the side of Spectre to close out this game. They don't really have a Baron to completely finish it off, but they should have enough fighting power to win this game. And again, we see Swagasm just getting on top of Creighton, and there just doesn't seem to be any response from the side of Shenendoah Esports.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Shenendoah as well, their strongest member in Way Awesome Kevin, forced to tunnel a bit onto the damage-dealing members on the back of these fights, means that he's not able to help peel for Creighton. And it's a hard choice for Way Awesome Kevin, right? Because either he can get Learning and Fade out of the fight, or he can protect the ADC, and he's the only one that's capable of doing either of those right now.
Yeah, I think he's just got a front line here. That's the only option. Just make sure Swagasm doesn't kill Creighton. You're actually tankier than the J4, so as long as J4 is not hitting Creighton, I think you can still win. But the problem is the Wombo on top of that, they just might be too ahead to even win these fights in the first place.
After posturing around Drake for so long, it looks like Spectre wants to just run it down and try to end the game here. Swagasm cutting off the back of Creighton and Ethereal. It's the flash forward, missing the bandage toss is a crit. Swagasm doesn't have the flag and drag for another couple of seconds, but here he goes. The Cataclysm takes it. Here comes a bullet time over the top, gets partially blocked by the wall, but it will not matter. 2 members already falling. Way Awesome Kevin does as well. It's just Sincere Support left, and he's going to get run down by Fade. That's a 5 for OAs, and that is going to spell the end of game number 1 here. Spectre taking down the Nexus turrets, and the Nexus will follow.
And it looks like Spectre can pull off that mid-game comp that I was talking about. They hit their power sparks at the right time. Swagasm making good plays in the early game as well as choosing good skirmishes throughout. And they solidify themselves as the victor in this game. Well played to Spectre.
Yeah, was a little bit closer than those week 1 games that cemented them at the top of my power rankings after the first week. However, still looking plenty strong here, able to bounce back from some early game adversity. It'll be interesting to see what Shenandoah does in game number 2 to try and turn this around.
Yeah, and just some end game stats for you guys here. Way awesome, Kevin, the damage leader on his team by a large margin here, did as much as his two carries combined, and I think that's just not a good sign. That's just not a good sign for your team.
No, when your tank top laner is the one holding up your damage numbers, you know you're in trouble. So Shenandoah will have to readjust their team comp a little bit to bring Sincere Support and Creighton back into the limelight here.
Yeah, and it was looking really good for them early game, but that mid game turnaround and skirmishing power did really work out for Spectre, and it was just not respected by Shenendoah here. So I'm really looking forward to them to maybe change up their mid draft because that was probably the weakest link so far in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see what they change, though. We're going to step aside for a couple of seconds to give these teams the chance to rethink and reassess here. But when we come back, game number 2, can Shenandoah turn this around and stay alive, keep their hopes of going 2-0 afloat, or will Spectre retain their domination? We'll have the answers for you right here, so don't go anywhere.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mess me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The teams have gotten started on draft already, so we are getting straight into it. Spectre moving over to the blue side, Shenandoah now on the red, looking for something different here perhaps as they move into game number 2.
Yeah, their mid jungle pairing last game wasn't that strong, and they made multiple fights in the mid lane and lost them pretty handedly as Fade did an excellent job in that mid lane as well and did tons of damage in the fights. So I think they should really change up their mid strategy. J4 going to be taken out, so that's part of it already out of the formula, but I'm hoping they pick something a bit stronger this time around.
Yeah, Sincere Support really needs to be comfortable here for Shenandoah. Looked really, really shaky on the Lissandra. I don't think he picked up a single kill that game.
Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate. And, Lissandra is one of those champions where you want to combo with your mid laner and get picks. and take control of the game that way. And if you don't have any kills, especially early game, definitely going to be a sad day for Alessandra here. So bans are all done. They've been rounded off. And Spectre has the option of the power pick here.
And going to be interesting to see what Spectre chooses first. Looks like they're going to take the Sejuani off the table. This could technically be going to Jodran in the top lane. However, that is a player who loves those bruisers, so I would not be surprised to see that Sejuani going over to Swagasm here.
Yeah, and they have not banned away Trundle. I think Trundle is a really good option into the Sejuani. Pretty much turns her into paper, and your team can shred her up in seconds. So they're going to pick Orianna as well. Orianna, pretty fine pick, although a bit early to pick your mid laner here, especially when bot lane power picks are still open.
Yeah, this is a bit of a takeaway from Fade, obviously, not wanting the Spectre mid laner to get the Orianna once again. However, the question then becomes, is Sincere going to be more comfortable on this?
We're going to have to see. And I mean, they did give the option of counter pick to Spectre as well, picking it so early, right? And I think that might have been a mistake, seeing as how that mid lane matchup didn't work out so well the first time. And now you're giving the option of counter pick here to turn it around again.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what Spectre chooses to do. Picking up the Yasuo, I have a sneaking suspicion this is gonna be a Yasuo in the top lane for Jodran.
Okay, that's a pretty good call out if you do have it. And Yasuo and Sejuani do have that synergy with the Q knockup, very good for ganks as well. As another part is the Sejuani passive does get activated by Yasuo Qs here. This might just be Karthus in the jungle here against the Volibear. Interesting.
That changes the calculus immensely. If the Karthus is coming out in the jungle, again, could be going in the mid lane here. With this Spectre team, nothing is set in stone until it's locked down in champ select.
Would you put Karthus against Orianna Volibear in mid lane? I'm just asking.
I think that's okay, because the Wall of Pain can help zone off Volibear, and because the lay wastes are a good way to continue to poke out Orianna from range during the early game.
Oh, it might just be an Elise instead, and that really is interesting. They're utilizing their flex picks already. No one decided to hide the Sejuani or the Volibear flex. They just decided to give it away all in the first round here to get their counters going.
And this leaves the bot lane completely untouched. Although, some interesting bans here. The Udyr being taken off the table, so it looks like someone on Spectre thinks that one of these champs might be going into the bot lane.
I guess an Elise support could be on the table here. Some extreme trickery on display. I do see that their jungler Rick Liberal does play Elise with a 71% win rate. So I'm thinking that's the angle they're going for, though. So maybe Volibear.
Hey, Volibear support seems like a choice. I guess you use that Call of Lightning repeatedly to poke out laners. It does hit like a truck.
Yeah, maybe Volibear Seta. I don't know. Something crazy. Let's see it.
Looks like the Xayah is going to be the hover and the lock-in here for Creighton. Little bit safer than the Jinx is with the Featherstorm. Will that be enough? Will that be enough, do you think?
It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good against Sejuani. Against Yasuo, the wind wall can really put a thorn in that and make it so you can't get snares. But it will be a lot safer than the Jinx. And you have a lot of melee members from the side of Spectre, right? We have Sejuani, Yasuo, and now they're picking up the Rel. So looks like it is a decent pick. But I think it's really more about what support you pick to help your AD carry. And it looks like Shenendoah Esports don't really like picking something that has a very good peeling support.
Yeah, looks like we might actually be seeing this Yasuo go into the bot lane, which throwing me for a bit of the loop, but does pair very well with the Rel. Now, we did see that Rel yesterday piloted very well by Inviction for which match was that here? I believe that was FFZ, yes, facing or Maria's Dungeon facing off against FFZ. Played very well in games 1 and 3, but just not quite enough to win that match. It'll be interesting to see if Spectre can pull it off with a little bit more efficiency here.
All right, so it looks like they're going to be seating that Orianna in the mid lane, Elisa in the jungle, Volibear on top side, as we suspected. So maybe the Udyr ban just wanted to make sure they didn't sneak Udyr in there somewhere. As we have our drafts for both teams. Spectre, look, they got a full engage comp. What can I say about that? All their champions are melee. There's practically no range. They're just going to have to engage to win. Sieging's going to be terrible. They're going to have to team fight their way to victory. And based off game number 1, I think that may be their preferred way of winning.
Yeah, and I didn't even notice it, but Shenendoah failed to ban the Yone away from Jodran. Which means that Jodran will have this here. Played an outstanding game in game number 1 of their week 1 match up against the Iron Chefs. So it will be interesting to see how he manages it here in week 2. Does he pull off the same effectiveness, or is he relegated to the sidelines?
I think that this is a bit of a scary position just due to the Volibear. Very strong in the top lane levels 1 to 3, and then really takes a dive off a cliff until it depends on the build Volibear goes for. I'm sure everyone's seen the super split push Volibear builds. So really depends on what kind of build that Jodran is going to be doing as well. Maybe get some healing cut into the Volibear, or vice versa. Both these champions have a lot of utility. But just based on this Karthus, I don't think there's going to be a lot of help in the lanes for Spectre.
Yeah, however, Swagasm has loved ganking, so it'll be interesting to see if he changes his style for the not-so-gank-heavy Karthus, or if he forces ganks here, and if he does, how those turn out.
Yeah, if he gets the ganks going for his team on the Karthus while out-farming this Aulz, it's going to be extremely strong at propelling them into a victory for this game. However, Karthus is not only vulnerable to getting invaded himself by Aulz, should get out-ganked by Aulz as well. So I think this is very dangerous position for Spectre because they have a comp that needs to win, and they don't have a jungler that can facilitate that.
Well,
I meant win early.
This is interesting. We may be seeing some assignment swaps here after champion draft. Otherwise, this might be a Karthus ADC.
Oh my goodness, we're getting thrown in loops and loops and loops here on the desk. As this might just be the craziest draft I've ever seen from both teams at the same time.
I hope that Spectre knows that in my next write-up, they're going to get flamed to high heck for doing this to us.
Oh my goodness. All right, well actually look, wait, I like that they have the Sejuani in the jungle with 2 melee solo laners. That is some extreme synergy that I am a fan of. However, they also cleaned up their lack of magic damage with a Karthus. That makes a lot of sense. So in that respect, it's good. Rel in Karthus in the bot lane, I'm not buying it right now, especially into Xayah Alistar. Don't think it's going to work out very well. However, overall, in terms of winning these team fights, it's definitely there. Getting ahead early with Sejuani and 2 melee solo laners, you definitely can do that. So I like this actually a lot better than what we were thinking before.
Well, Crimzs, I don't think this Rel is here for the laning phase. I think that they're expecting for Karthus to just kind of exist pre-level 6. He's going to sit there, he's going to farm his brains out, and the Rel is going to be released to roam about the map. And then once we get into team fights, having the Rel alongside the Yasuo is going to be such a strong combo that I think that that's what they've drafted this for.
They really need to win those team fights. So I do think that they're extremely vulnerable, especially to dives. If you're thinking the Rel's going to leave, Crit's going to make way on the map. If they come bot lane with Aulz, and Alistar. That is great turret diving champions, as well as Zaya as well. All these champions can ult and make the turret ineffective at killing them. So I think that is potentially setting up learning for a very painful game on this Karthus.
Very possible. Spectre will have to play this pretty cautiously, but if they can survive those dives, this game is going to get incredibly hard for Shenendoah to salvage.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, look, this is a crazy draft. We're only speculating here. This is not something you see every day, so I think that I have said all that I wanted about these two teams here. I think this is an interesting draft, and I really want to see how it plays out with this Sejuani.
Absolutely, I think that's everything we've got here. We're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes, let these guys load onto the Rift, but as always, when we come back, game number 2 here between Spectre and Shenendoah. Can Spectre close it out and go to 4-0 in their games? We'll have the answers right here, so don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back onto the Rift. The teams have loaded in and are heading out once again. Looks like we're seeing a 5-stack here this time from Spectre. A little bit
Yeah,
interesting. What are they looking to do here?
Well, it looks like they're trying to invade topside. I wonder if they're trying to split the map. Would be very strong with the Sejuani on topside. Crit goes for it, doesn't get much. Counter ward should be going down quite soon, as they're going to be warding on opposite sides of the map. And it's been given, so they can split the jungle if that was their plan. I think that's going to be pretty wise because you're going to know that Elise will be ganking bottom. And theoretically, Karthus should get push advantage, right? And so that means control of the lane and the ability to avoid ganks.
Oh
Ooh, but this is a bit
no.
dangerous.
We're going to see a 4-on-4 fight here, as it looks like the Sejuani wants to start red buff, and Rick LaRolle and company are looking for the delayed invade kill. Crit and Learning are both here. What did Rick LaRolle start here? He started Volatile Spiderling, so he does not have the Cocoon here. However, Swagasm
Ooh.
gets knocked up, forced to flash away, is ignited. One last auto attack will do it in First Blood with the flash. Creighton gets the kill.
All right, not a good sign for Spectre, as they definitely need to get themselves early lead. Swagasm doesn't have flash. Meanwhile, though, does blow 2 flashes on the other side, so won't be too bad if that is going to be punished. But I think they're going to have a hard time getting that through.
Yeah, it does make this bot lane a little bit weaker for Shenendoah in the short term, as they are down 2 summoner spells. And we know that Learning just wants to sit here and farm for the first few levels. So if they're going to play safe anyway, this isn't absolutely the worst here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get punished, but they're going to go for it. Not on level 2 just yet, so not enough kill potential.
But
There
those
is Ignite
Skittles
on
hurt.
crit.
Here
Oh,
goes
this is a
Crit
very
going in,
aggressive
hits
play.
level 2. The E comes out, and here come the Skittles. Crit gets knocked into turret though. 1 turret shot, 2 turret shots, flashing away, and will Creighton fall? No, the last Skittle is not quite enough. Bunch of summoner spells burned, but no kills. The only spells left in this bot lane are Learning's Flash and Etherealists.
I think Crit should have put the Ignite down onto Creighton, or maybe potentially trading the life for the kill there to deny the CS.
He did. He just didn't have quite enough burn.
Oh, there was. I thought the Ignite went down on Etherealist. At least the stun did. And I think if they just put a bit more positioning on that, would have went their way. Rodran.
Here comes the gank in the mid lane. Fade dashing the wrong way, trying to get back through the wave. A flash doesn't quite connect the Cocoon, so Fade will get out just fine.
All right. Hey, look, top laners are fighting constantly. Who would have thunk it? As
Not
well
me.
as...
Oh, look at how low
And yeah,
Sincere support
Swagasm,
is.
though.
He's got to be careful.
Oh, Elise wrapping around behind. Volibear invading. This is some pretty dangerous movement coming out from the side of Shenendoah Esports.
Yeah, it's dangerous. However, Swagasm had already cleared away 2 out of the 3 camps on that side. Fade going in under the turret here. The Ignite goes down. Does he have the last auto attack? Yes, it's a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. And Volibear shows up just a bit too late.
Yeah, was definitely aiming for it. We'll pick up the farm. Not that much of it, though, as Rick LaRolle succeeds in the invade.
Here
However,
comes the
this leaves over
Sejuani in the
bottom.
bot lane, going down onto Creighton. 3 stacks up, 4 stacks up. Creighton gets stunned up. Who's going to get the kill? It's going to be Learning, and now Etherealist in trouble. 1 more auto attack will do it. Does the stun come out? No, Etherealist with the flash will survive. However, a good gank from Swagasm to get this Karthus going. And here they go under the turret. The knockup comes through, but it may not matter. Swagasm picks up the kill, and the headbutt knocks Crit out of the turret.
Yeah, well, I guess this is not going to be a chill lane after all, as Crit and Learning are playing extremely aggressive down here. And, I mean, to be honest, they're really punishing that flashless Xayah. Another gank coming mid.
Yeah, where will the Cocoon land? Here it comes. Can Fade get out of this? Dashing back onto Sincere Support, trying to trade the damage. Does not have it. Sincere Support gets the kill. Is now 2-1. A whole lot better here on the Orianna than he was feeling on the Lissandra. However, it's been in large part to Rick LaRolle staying in this lane repeatedly. So can he continue this pressure into the mid game when he doesn't have this Elise in his pocket?
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a big question to be answered here. Windwall going to really be able to block out Rick LaRolle's best engages with that stun being taken away. But I think a big factor here is the fact that Spectre have found themselves a gold lead despite giving up first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a small gold lead at the moment, and it is very distributed across the map. However, the bot lane and the jungle both have respectable gold leads for 5.5 minutes here.
Yeah, and it's looking like this Karthus Rel duo on top of this Sejuani definitely has the damage potential to kill.
Here comes
bot
Fade once
lane
again.
here.
Honest Sincere Support is
Level
level 6, so
six.
the last breath is available. Tornado here. Etherealist walking up, doesn't seem to know that the Sejuani's in the jungle, will engage here, but here comes Swagasm with the flash knockup onto Creighton. 3 stacks, 4 stacks, the stun comes out. Looks like Learning will fall to the ignite. However, Etherealist now in trouble as Swagasm looking to run him down. Will get the 4th stack, will get the stun once again, but it is just Crit and Swagasm, so this kill will be painfully slow if they can even get to him. The charge comes out, and there with the knockup will secure the kill. Jodran, meanwhile, forced to use the ultimate to avoid the gank from Rick Leroll on the top side, as well as the flash. So an expensive gank escape for Jodran in the top lane.
Yeah, as well. They have that push in. They're going to deny some CS at the cost of this dragon, though. And, you know, most of the time when I say, they died early game, level 1, the flash for the first blood, won't be too bad if they do go around and punish the flashless bottom laner. And most of the time I expect nothing to really happen, but I've been proven wrong this game as there have been at least 3 all-in attempts from the side of Spectre, and they have punished that flash, and they've actually got themselves a lead through those punishes.
Yeah, absolutely, since Swagasm doing a great job of being present in this bot lane, and we're seeing a surprising amount of gank responsiveness coming out of Learning and Crit. You don't expect much from an early game Karthus, but he's churning it out.
Yeah, and I really like the wall usage of Learning, doing it a bit aggressively to make it easier for Swagasm to land those knockups and slows to get the ganks. So far, it looks like they're pretty practiced on it. I think they were hiding this, but they decided to bring it out to win this series 2-0.
Yeah, it is worth noting that originally Learning was rostered as the mid laner for Spectre here. So him swapping to the ADC position was a surprise for us in week 1. This might be some of that mid laner tech being pulled out.
Oh, that definitely sounds like a perk swap scenario, bringing up things that the other AD carries cannot. And it's looking like they are picking up some good steam with it as well. Meanwhile, while the bot side's been focused by Swagasm, top side, Rick Leroll, seems like they're making some headway on the top, and they might be finding themselves a secured Rift Herald very soon.
Yeah, Jodran doing a decent job soaking up pressure though, down 15 CS, but has not died so far. We are going to see the invade
certainly
here.
doing better than his bot side. So the way that this is, I mean, doing better than the enemy's bot side. So this is overall a win.
Invade here is going to be a 3v2. Swagasm forced to charge away. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Crit fighting Creighton and Etherealist. Learning gets headbutted away. The Pulverize coming down to secure the root onto Learning. But those Skittles still hurt, especially onto the low health Creighton.
Yeah, fight's going on both sides. Both teams do not give up anything to the enemy team at this moment. Rift Herald going to be started up just again. The laners are pushed in for Spectre. Fade going all in, maybe?
Yeah, Fade has the Tornado available. Will he use it? No, he completely whiffs. Looks like we're going to see a fight started in the Rift Herald, though. Here comes the Fate sealed, and here comes Swagasm. Gets the stun onto Rick Leroll. Available. Is he going to cast it? No, but the Bola will connect. There goes Rick Leroll. Here comes the Requiem. Does not secure any kills. The Ignite onto Sincere Support, but it will not be quite enough. Meanwhile, in the bot side, we see fighting now. Etherealist and Creighton forced to run away from those Lay Wastes to land onto Creighton. Down under 400 health now. Learning is starting to run out of mana, but it doesn't look like there's anything that this bot lane of Shenendoah can do. Meanwhile, Fade managed to escape Sincere Support. Both those mid laners at such low health at the end of that fight, but neither going down.
Yeah, Sincere Support wasn't able to finish off that kill. Burns the Sums. Fade has Flash now as well. And if we just look over at the items of Sincere Support, we see items divided as they're going for multiple things at the same time. I mean, look, items split 4 ways just about if we want to include, actually 3 ways here if we're discluding the boots. And that means you're losing a lot of power in the gold that you've gained. And without a completed item, I think it's really hurting the lane fade.
Yeah, these early components are more stat efficient. However, the value of completed items is in their special abilities. As we see Fade get caught here, the Headbutt Pulverize However, last breath coming out on the 2, and here comes Crit. Etherealist down under 100 health will fall to Crit, actually. Here comes the Tornado out onto Rick LaRoll. Can Fade catch up to the Spider? Looks like the answer is going to be no. The Blast Cone, no, the Flash forward to make sure he stayed on the same kind of the Blast Cone, and Rick LaRoll falls to Fade.
Yeah, sneaky little flash there to get the kill.
Yep.
Picks it up. And
And
Fade finding themselves in a lead once again, even after that all that mid lane attention.
yeah, a beautiful outplay by Fade there in what was never really a 1v2, but what looked like a 1v2 with Crit sitting over the side of the wall. A beautiful tornado into the last breath, followed up on by Crit, meant that there was nothing that Rick LaRoll and Etherealist could do to cut through this Yasuo. Now we see the bot lane engage coming, the headbutt away of Crit by Etherealist will buy a little bit of space. However, it looks like they're going to go back onto Creighton. The Bola connects. Creighton down under 500 health. The Magnet Storm comes out again, only onto Etherealist. The stun will come out, though, and will secure that kill. And Creighton falls as well. A double kill for Learning will cost Crit's life, but getting this Karthus ahead is never a bad idea. Ultimate coming out from the Volibear. Meanwhile, on the top side, Jojoran forced to flash away from the Cocoon. Now going back in onto Way Awesome Kevin will get the counter kill in the 1v2. And we see fighting once again as Fate going in on to Sincere Support. Gets the last breath off. Here comes the Shockwave to try and buy a little bit of space. One more Tornado. No, it misses. And Fade will not be able to pick up Sincere Support again.
That's a lot of action and a lot of lanes there, as multiple kills around the map. And ultimately, we have Spectre in a 3k gold lead. And if they're picking up 2 dragons on top of that, this is a very solid win in the early game, exactly what they're aiming for. And their money spread is exactly where they want it to be, minus the Sejuani. But everyone else is getting lots of gold, and they are looking like they're powering up for a win in the mid game as well.
Yeah, this is a Spectre team that is already doing a good job steamrolling and wants to continue that. A 3-1-3 Karthus at 13 minutes is terrifying here, Crimzs.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage, and these
Oh
team fights
boy,
hitting those
this
Qs.
might be some problem here for Crit as he gets cocooned up. The headbutt pulverized forces the flash out. Now Fade trying to run away will use the tornado to buy a little bit of space from Etherealist. Crit in that slow form might be in trouble with the cocoon for the second time, misses. So nothing gained from the side of Shenendoah at the cost of 4 members being there.
Yeah, Crit able to get out with the flash. Gotta think that. They're
Oh,
running
boy.
right back to mid lane, though.
Here we come once again. Rick LaRoll fails the cocoon once again. Fade using those spider taxis to try and get out. However, he's run solo already. 3 members are knocked up, but he doesn't have time for the last breath. Here comes the shockwave, but it will not matter. The Alistair is the first to fall. Here comes the Bola, lands onto the Xayah, who disappears. The Karthus is dead, but that doesn't matter. Here comes the Requiem. Way Awesome Kevin down under 400 health. That will be a 3 for 2 in the extended fight, and we might see a mid-turret taken here by Spectre.
Yeah, they're really fighting Spectre at a strong point in the game here as well. And they did get a good catch out in Fade, but kind of wormed his way to his turret and did leave open a kill and counter kills for the side of Spectre there. But they're really fighting around the top side of the map, and the Sejuani, Yone, and Yasuo combo is very strong and very deadly. Plus, they can ultimate with Karthus from the bot side as well. So it's looking like they've been put in a very tough position from Shenendoah Esports here.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for Shenendoah, after all of that effort expended to get this Volibear ahead, he hasn't managed to do a whole lot.
Yeah, Jojoran really avoiding the deaths as well. Just 1, but picks up 2 kills on the flip side instead. They did give up Rift Herald, but nothing much was picked up for it. So overall, it is a win for them on both sides of the map.
Yeah, it looks like we see a dive attempt here in the top side. However, with Swagasm there, Rick LaRoll is forced to just walk away. And we can see how strong Learning is. He's able to 1v1 the Orianna happily. 2 levels down, and still powerful enough. Crit may be in trouble, though. The Cocoon does land. Here comes Etherealist and Way Awesome Kevin. Headbutt Pulverize comes out. Crit forced to jump away. Pops the Magnet Storm defensively and will get out. Now here comes Learning. The Wall of Pain goes down, but doesn't land onto anyone. Oh no,
Fade.
Creighton gets hit by the Tornado and the Fate. However, a failed Featherstorm block means that there will be nothing more for Fade to do.
Yeah, so far in that invade from the top side there was very good. Looks like Jordan trying to do some kind of sneaky play for the Rift Herald.
Can
Doesn't look like it's
Swagasm
gonna
get the
happen
steal
though.
here? No.
Yep, walks up and then turns around. No reason to fight for no objective there. Unfortunately, though, I don't think they're going to be able to pick up much. They will get a bounty if they do get the referral to crash and kill a turret. So that is going to be a lot of gold that you really, really are desperate for.
Yeah, we see Swagasm getting caught out a little bit here by Etherealist. Goes back in onto Kraton, though, who's chunked to half health. The Wall of Pain lands onto Etherealist. There goes the stun onto Kraton. The Bola
Double
as
stun.
well. Oh my gosh, Swagasm unstoppable. Now 5-1 and 6. The Requiem as well. Not quite enough to kill Etherealist, or is it? 39 health is as low as the cow goes.
Oh, no burn from Leandre is going to get the kill either.
Nope, the
Barely
burn.
escaping with his life, it seems. But something I want to point out, Sincere Support, because of this item division, has not built a mythic yet. And way awesome, Kevin, as well, is mythicless. So that is going to be a lot of power in their kit that they're supposed to have, and it has been missing from these fights so far.
Yeah, however, it's worth noting Jodran also has not completed his mythic, and still doing a pretty good job of keeping the pressure up in this top lane. Cutting this turret down from full health to less than half with a single wave, so that will fall on the next one. Learning, meanwhile, fighting 3 members solo here in the mid lane. Might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, but here comes Crit. A perfect Magnet Storm to zone 3 members, and Swagasm as well, but here comes the cow. Learning is going to fall. The shutdown going over to Sincere Support. Etherealist standing on top of the Karthus is going to regret that. Way awesome. Kevin falls as well, but the Rel is dead. Here comes Fade on the backside. Will pick up Ricklo roll. Sincere Support trying to find this Sejuani will do so. Pops the Ghost as well to try and get away. Can Fade track him down? Looks like the answer is going to be no.
I like how Jordan had TP the whole time. Didn't even think about teleporting to that dragon fight.
No.
Pretty confident his team was going to win.
He's scaling.
Yeah, we'll go with he's scaling. And very confident his team was going to win that as Fade has decided to pick up the dragon solo. And that was almost a step too far from the side of Spectre. But they somehow clutch it out and even up that team fight.
Yeah, what looked to be a disaster, the perk of that Death Defied is that even when Learning dies, he isn't gone. So the extra damage coming out from that Karthus kept that fight from becoming a complete disaster and bought enough time for Fade to get in there.
And Swagasm also just on the 2 items now saw how much of a monster he was in that fight. Sejuani, without building any damage items, actually does a significant amount of damage, especially to the very squishy Kraton here. Rift Herald, give me pop mid. This just might be stopped.
Yeah, stun comes out here. Will not matter. The charge goes through, but the turret nowhere near falling.
All right, finally, Sincere Support has the mythic. Everyone has a mythic except for lonely old Etherealist on this Alistar here. Fortunately for him, the item not too important on the Alistar. And we're looking at some 2 item spikes. Swagasm one of them. Learning is another one. This Karthus is going to do a whole lot more damage now in these coming
Oh no,
fights.
Sincere Support, the Fate Sealed comes through. Here comes the E to get some extra damage. Will the Shockwave matter? No, a perfectly buffered Q means that Jodran dodges the Shockwave effectively, but Sincere Support has just too much health and will not fall. Crit in the bush onto 3 members here. Only lands the 1, but Etherealist with the Magnet Storm is probably going to die here. Here comes Jodran, but Fade is already dead. The Requiem from Learning picks off the Orianna on the backside of this fight, but the Featherstorm might cause problems. The Rel does fall. Swagasm does clear out Etherealist and Rick LaRoll, and it looks like they're going to look for Baron here as Way Awesome Kevin AFK pushing on the bot side now, taking a page out of Jodran's book.
Yeah, both top laners wanting to get as strong as they can selfishly at the cost of their own members. That being said, unfortunate for Sincere Support to pop the ultimate in a 1v1 with Jodran because it really would have been useful in that last fight. And a lot of the team's power is in this Orianna. Was 4-4, now 4-2-6, but is pretty much the only person holding up their team for the side of Shenandoah.
Yeah, gotta have that Orianna on form if they're gonna win these fights. Crit nearly finds Way Awesome Kevin, forces the ultimate out, but Way Awesome Kevin will be A-okay. With the Baron taken here and did manage to land onto all 5 members, this is a big point of power for Spectre and will help them square up for a Cloud Soul fight in just 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, and that might be spelling the doom of Shenandoah as Cloud, the fourth soul getting that Cloud Drake. Ultimates for their team are going to be pretty good, minus the Karthus. I think everyone would be pretty happy with that one. And that does mean, with this Baron as well, it should be theirs, no problem.
Yeah, however, if anything is certain in this league, it is that nothing is preordained, so this game could still go any which way.
I didn't prophesize anything. I just said that's what should happen. Uh, I'm not Nostradamus here, as I'm just saying how it should be. I'm just a
Yeah,
scientist, you could say.
absolutely. And we had some stunning base defenses late last night, so we have seen the impossible become possible. However, with fighting and pushing here from both the mid and bot lanes, Way Awesome Kevin cannot generate enough pressure to pull anyone from Spectre off, and it looks like Shenandoah is going to lose their bot inhibitor turret here. Learning
Oh,
has
big
found two. The
engage.
big Magnet Storm with the immediate last breath over the top. Etherealist and Sincere Sport both brought so low immediately. Rick Leroll forced to use that E to get away. It will not matter. Crit secures that kill as Swagasm zones away Creighton. Fade running a little bit low, pops that Immortal Shield Bow, but will not be found dead. So it looks like both inhibitors are going to fall here. With less than 30 seconds until the Drake comes up, what does Spectre do? Do they try and end this game right here? Looks like the answer might be yes. Way Awesome Kevin trying to zone off Fade and Swagasm. However, the rest of the team making sure that Creighton can't come anywhere close. The Volibear forced to back away, but here come the respawns. The Alistair is alive, and with that, Spectre is going to be forced to back off after only having taken one Nexus turret.
Yeah, and they get the Baron empowered recalls as well, so that's going to give them time to try to match tempo to get the Dragon here. Won't be contested, 2 inhibs down, and I can't say how important it was for them to get
Uh,
those inhibs
hey,
because,
hey, Crimzs, that looks like it's
yes,
going to be contested. Rick Leroll is pushing out for it.
well, he's going to die. You're going to call it a contest, but it's like your little brother trying to fight you for, like, I don't know, the last cookie or something. It's just not going to work out.
Yeah, Spider meet boot. Jodran coming over the wall. Swagasm with just a single swing of that flail scares the spider away. And there goes the health bar of that Drake, down under 1,000 already. A smite will secure it and take the Cloud Soul here for Spectre. Jodran teleporting top lane to make sure that Way Awesome Kevin is stymied, but with just one Nexus turret remaining, they might as well just end the game. Rick Leroll forced to use that repel defensively. It does not matter as the Bola catches him and his health bar gets deleted. The Fate Sealed comes out on the top side as Jodran starting to cut through Way Awesome Kevin here, who does not have the ultimate available for a few more seconds, so Jodran has a chance to run him down. Fade is here as well, so this will be both Wind Brothers on the Bear as the rest of the Spectre team looks to end this game. Etherealist down under 100 health will fall to Learning as Crit zoning away both Creighton and Sincere Support. The last Nexus turret has fallen. Here goes Swagasm on the assault to try and kill these 2 carries. Learning with one more Skittle will not manage it. However, Sincere Support does fall, the Nexus running out of health so rapidly as 5 members are attacking it. The Requiem comes out for extra BM, and there falls the Nexus.
Yeah,
Spectre with a clean
excellent game.
2-0.
Yeah, they cleaned that up extremely easy. Sub 26-minute win. All objectives conquered by them. 4 dragons straight in a row. And they absolutely cleaned house in those last team fights. And I have to say, Spectre, they're looking really good.
Yeah, Spectre looked clean in week 1, looks clean once again in week number 2. Does raise the question, though, who's your player of the game, Crimzs?
Of this game or this series?
Of the series?
You know, not a jungler bias here. but I think Swagasm was really the one who controlled the tempo for the team overall in both series and was generating a lot of plays that led them to victory. And the game was pretty much on him to win in both series. And this time could take a bit more of a chill pill, but was still able to get himself a really good scoreline and was able to just kill Creighton multiple times solo with these jungle champions here. So I'm gonna give it to Swagasm. I think he played the best in the series and was really the dominant force for his team.
I would be inclined to agree. Did a great job of getting all his laners ahead and comfortable into the mid game here. In fact, I think we're going to be able to get an interview with Swagasm here if we just hop down one channel.
All right.
We do have Swagasm on the desk. Congratulations to you and to the entire Spectre team for another dominant 2-0. How's it feel to be the only undefeated team here in BTL after week number 2?
I mean, it feels pretty good. We've been practicing a lot. We focus a lot mainly on our drafts. We do a lot of practice drafts, that kind of thing, kind of try and give ourselves a leg up going into the game. But obviously, we got some talented players on our team to, you know, clean up for bad drafts when they occasionally happen.
Yeah, well, that game 2 was certainly an unusual draft. Was this something that you guys had planned with the Karthus bot lane, or was that kind of a late in the game adjustment as you saw it was coming out of Shenendoah?
No, I mean it was a little bit of a flex pick. We haven't practiced it, but we know learning is comfortable playing it. So it's definitely something we pulled out last minute. We were kind of just playing around draft, just kind of checking off the checklists when it came to different things like having some AP, having some wave clear, some CC, that kind of thing, and it kind of fell into place. It was looking a little sus, not gonna lie, for the first half of the draft, but it sort of pulled itself together.
All right. Well, not forgetting about game number 1, I believe Shenandoah did pick Jinx first as their power pick, and it seemed like you guys had a pretty planned out response there. What was your ideas going in for that draft?
I mean, I'm pretty comfortable in the Jarvan. I mean, I played it last week too, and it's pretty successful on it. It's pretty good in the meta right now, and it's really hard to play any immobile mid laner, immobile ADC into it. So the second they kind of smack that like pick any immobile ADC, you can kind of just smack in the Jarvan and make it work. So they
Yeah,
also
and
kind of
you
just lacked drafting damage, so we kind of just kind of out damaged them towards the end of the game and just had way too much CC and damage for them to deal with that first game.
Yeah, I also have to ask if, has Creighton been trash talking you or anything? Because it really looked like you were gunning for him in both games, getting solo kills or even just straight up bursting him in those team fights. Is there any beef or something like that? Because
But
absolutely
I
decimated
mean,
him.
jungle gets a lot of attention for maybe being the most broken role in the game, but we all know it's ADC. ADC is by far the most broken role in the game come this season. So I kind of have to put them in their place a little bit, show them that their role can't be, you can't just play it. It's broken. ADC is by far the strongest role in the game.
All right, one last question before we let you go. You were all over the map in both of those games. How do you manage to balance farming and growing as an individual champion with keeping all of your laners afloat and ahead like you managed?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I like to spread my presence. I know a lot of junglers, and definitely the most popular school of thought is just pick a lane and just camp it all game long. I tend to like to spread the love a little bit, maybe get lanes a little bit ahead and then focus on a lane in particular. But I think trying to spread it, but definitely when it comes to the balance between ganking and farming, that just comes with a lot of practice, especially with your team, because they can't necessarily. It has to be a good mixture between them calling for ganks and you calling for ganks. Ganking when it works for them, ganking when it works for you. So, when I'm finished with a clear, that's the time that I want to look for a gank. So being able to communicate, in advance to get a wave set up. So, a lane is in a good position when I'm done with my clear, kind of trying to balance having a gank when it's good for the laner and good for the jungler. So my teammates tend to be spam jungle calling Andes, so they like to just call for jungle all game long. So I kind of have to balance that between farming a little bit so I don't fall too far behind.
All right. Anything else you'd like to ask Swagasm Crimzs?
No, I mean, I look forward to hopefully playing next week. I think we're playing DPS, which is another strong roster, and I think the only other team returning from last season besides from us. So like, I'd like to have a little rematch, remain undefeated. Hopefully, we won't even drop a game. Definitely not a series. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys because you have been just about the only team that has played up to the hype I gave you in the early power rankings. So, from me, a deep thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we've been mixing up the roster a little bit, trying to find what works best. So I think we've got a pretty good roster going for us right now, playing to our strengths. So we look to hopefully have a clean season and work our way to playoffs.
Well, thank you for joining us. Congratulations once again to Spectre on the clean 2-0. That's going to be the end for us for right now. We're going to go to a short intermission. However, at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we will be coming back with our second match of the day, which is going to be DPS facing off against the Performance Unenhanced Ducks. So if you'd like to see more Black Twitch League action, go ahead and stick around because we will have more coming at you in just a few minutes. Have a wonderful evening, folks, and we'll be back in a bit.
Conquering the spirit, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up, babe. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
You don't like the lights, but it's camera time. Said take the picture, but you rolled your eyes. Now I'm mortified and still terrorized. Push me behind to get me from my better side. I wanna push you back, but that's all you want. Wanna wrap me up, I'm holding back. Trying to get me framed, throw me in cuffs. Said I attacked you, that's just a false truth. No need to argue, and yeah, I've had enough. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone. I find you there. There's more to me. Everywhere I try to go alone, I find you there. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. Oh, there's more to me. Anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. I find you there. I'm so scared to leave my house, so I cannot run free from this. Always being watched by you, and that's so inconsiderate. My privacy, does that exist? Probably haven't heard of it. Need to live a different life, cause lights and cameras are in it. Trying to find a silver lining. All I do is avoid the violence. But you're here again, I'm losing it. There's no more screaming in silence. Get out my face, turn off the flash. I hate the fame, no more of that. Leave me alone, or I'll collapse. I need a break, don't feel the crack. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. There's more to me. Everywhere I try to go alone, I find you there.
be dreaming. I'll 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 be dreaming. Walking around in the circle of life, doing the things I know, walking the same ways 100 of times with the same soul. But do you ever try to path on the right side, put it up in your mind? But do you ever try to path on the left side, put it up in your mind? It's gonna be alright. You run, drive, roll your mind. 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 Seeing all the watering fill your eyes, doing the things they know, talking about the same old stories they've heard about the people they think they know. But do you ever try to path on the right side, put it up in your mind? But do you ever try to path on the left side, put it up in your mind? It's gonna be hard. You run, drive, roll your mind. You no suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you'll see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are to release in the dead of night. Everyone is scared. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my Won't you make up your mind? Cause I'm getting tired of overthinking every move you make. And I can help you decide who you're loving now, and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, and I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. share it with you. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply let fade. But I don't close the door, waiting the chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting series in the Black Twitch League. I am one of your hosts, Wookie Monster. Alongside me is Crimzs. How you doing today, dude?
Good. Casted the other game, and we got that nice 90-minute break here. So all rested up and ready to finish out the day as we have the drafts being laid down right now.
Yeah, it's a fast bands going through here. Kind of expected to see a lot of the OP picks being banned out. I've had the pleasure of facing this team, a DPS, which I guess we can get into now. DPS is starting on blue side, and we have performance unenhanced ducks on the red side. Tell me, like, what are you kind of expecting to see from these two teams with the first pick already being almost selected here?
Well, if I'm gonna go based off the first game, everything I expect is gonna be wrong. I was gonna mention Seraphine, but I wasn't given enough time. I'm gonna blame you, Wookie Monster. And Hecarim. Okay. Hecarim is also something I was gonna mention. These are some two very overpowered champions that were not banned out. And well, both teams picked up some OPs. We got Seraphine for DPS, and we have Hecarim for the PUDs, and they're deciding to combo that with a Misfortune on top of it.
Yeah, I think that's a very strong combo. I mean, Misfortune's a strong ADC for sure. And it looks like DPS is kind of going, the route that I've seen before. Being able to see them, kind of pick the same champions here. It's gonna be the comfort picks coming out. Sejuani, definitely a strong jungler, and they're gonna go with another Ornn or tanky pick here with the Ornn. And to be honest, this is looking like a team fight. Late post six, kind of all in Dukes. Putting up your Dukes, fist versus fist here. Love it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be in a bit of a slap fight pre-6. And then we might see some real punching later in the game, as you're mentioning here. Two strong frontliners and a enchanter support definitely signals that that's what they're going for. And for the side of performance enhanced ducks, you can either fight fire with fire here, and you do have Misfortune Hecarim, or you can go and try to get in the punches first in an underhand manner. Get some real cheeky blows in before the team fighting phase really starts.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Singe is an interesting pick. You don't see a lot of it. Actually, at least I haven't seen a lot of it so far in this season that is about to end. We're very close to Worlds happening and everything, so everybody's just kind of locking in the OP picks as targeted picks are still being banned away here.
Yep, Silas
Silas
gonna
is
be
going to be
taken
banned.
out.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, that nice Warren ultimate, Johnny ultimate, the encore from Seraphine, all of those really good targets for Silas right here.
Yeah, interesting to see that there's no Trundle prio. I understand you have the Hecarim already, but I mean Trundle can lane topside into Ornn no problem. So no Trundle prio at all. No tank cutting so far from the side of performance unenhanced ducks. They're gonna need something that can kill tanks.
Yeah, I definitely think Trundle might be a great fit here. Stops, kind of a bit of what Warren wants to do, right? He can be very well punished during the early stages of the game, and it'll make for a nice viewing of top lane instead of just two tanks just kind of slapping each other.
Yeah, I
So
don't know if they're even gonna interact topside here. Singe is just gonna wanna dirty farm
I have
in front
seen
of the
Singed
tower.
mid, so I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of melee mid laners being picked recently. I don't know if that's like sort of a thing that's been happening or like the meta is just kind of
Well,
favoring
you
it,
can
but
talk to Doby about that, and he'll say melee mid
true,
laners
very
are a
true.
thing.
Yeah, that is very true. Soraka is going to be picked up for the side of the Ducks here. Misfortune, Soraka, pretty good lane combo. I mean, there's not a lot of aggression coming out from Soraka. Well, I guess I say that and I kind of bite my foot on that one because Soraka does do a decent amount of poke damage with that Q of hers, but
Yeah, and
as a
he can
response.
really catch you off guard with the silence as
Oh,
well,
true.
and that can lead you into a very big mistake of getting blown up by misfortune here. Hail going in
Wow.
the mid lane. DPS are doing one thing and one thing only in the early to mid game.
Farming.
They're doing nothing. Yeah, they're doing nothing.
Farming. We love to see farming. But yeah, I do think that the Ducks kind of have want to create leads for themselves. I mean, they have a really strong jungler at the moment that can kind of force people to stay on top of their vision, right? You don't want to see a Hecarim flying out of nowhere and you're unprepared for it. As the last lock-in is going to be Victor. So we have
Yeah.
two interesting comps here. It looks to be a Kale mid, so I think that's going to be interesting going up against Victor. Gotta say, it's going to be late game scaling for that mid side. What lane are you kind of looking forward to though to see the most action in?
Unfortunately, I think there's only one lane that really has opportunities. It's going to be bot lane, of course, with that misfortune. Going to pair with that Soraka. That ultimate is very strong level 6. I'm not saying Seraphine Sivir can't handle it, but obviously, if they do play it wrong and the execution's on the side of PUD, they can definitely get a lot of kills down there. But, on the other lanes, I don't really think you're aiming to affect top lane. And mid lane is hard to set up a gank for either side.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's going to be interesting to see how passive these lanes will be pre-6. But once those dragon fights start, erupting, I think those are going to be the game changers. We've been seeing it all throughout the Black Twitch League, where it just post 6, these big named ultimates, Onslaught of Shadows, the Encore, all of that is going to lead into just a bloodbath. As I've participated in several of those. So, so I want to ask you the big question here. Now that we see these big team fight compositions, which team do you think is going to take the cake in game 1 here?
Well, this is a bit difficult for me because obviously for DPS here, if they get into the late game, like how do they lose? There's almost no way for them to lose this. They'll have better tanks, they'll have better damaging backliners, they're gonna have better AoE ultimates, late game is all of them. And that just means is the side of performance enhanced Ducks going to mess up in this game? They're going to need to get early kills, and they're going to need to use that to take over the game. So the question is, do they mess up?
That is definitely the
And
question.
I don't think they have that much room to play with either, just because of the way the draft played out. Because, Singe takes a while to scale. Victor takes a while to scale as well. Now, they do hit their points earlier. So, technically, they should be the one winning this game. Just because DPS just went all out scaling. Their champions absolutely do nothing until late game. So,
Yeah.
they should win it, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I do think that it is kind of on the Ducks to kind of make something happen early. Otherwise, you're just gonna kind of lose out in the stalemate, right?
Yeah.
And they do have quite a bit of scaling themselves, but I ultimately think that the Hecarim is going to be the main kind of key point here in the early
Yeah.
game. Creating the chaos. Using those onslaught of shadows even to dive. I mean, Singe is a very very good companion when it comes to tanking turret shots. So that just allows Hecarim to kind of wallop with his spear, I guess staff thing. I don't know what you call that,
Do
but
you have no knowledge of pole arms? Are you
pole
just
arms.
faking
Yeah, no, I don't. I really don't.
it?
Uh,
He's got a
but yeah,
poleaxe.
pole
Is what
axe.
it. Yeah,
Okay,
he's got a bit of a
little something.
poleaxe.
See, I've
For
never
your
even
pole
heard of
arm
that.
terminology there.
All right,
As
well, learn something new every day.
well, I mean, look, he
Uh,
is the only really strong early game champion in this game right now. Misfortune's kind of more of a mid game champion, right? And Hecarim,
yeah.
it's not like he sucks mid game, but he's strong early to mid, and he's the only champion that I think has agency in the early game, which is why I predicted them to win. Because theoretically, all the other champions are going to be very weak to this Hecarim pick right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Honestly, I feel like it could go either way. I have seen what DPS can do in the previous games that they've played. I feel like, according to the recent statistics, they have I think almost, if not all of their games that they've played this sort of really big team fight comp, they've won.
Yeah.
Spot for maybe a few games, so they're looking really strong in the season so far. Let's just see if they can carry that momentum, or if Ducks are just gonna take the cake here. And kind of, I feel like Soraka has a really big shoulder to play on this team, right? Because if you're setting up for your top lane ganks, I think that massive heal ultimate will come out clutch in these fights. So
Yeah.
yeah, this
I
is
mean,
gonna be a banger.
I think Singe should be able to get an advantage by himself, and you don't really want to gank poor Singe because he's not going to carry the game. And same for Ornn. Ornn's not going to carry the game either. So both junglers disincentivized unless they want to get the kill for themselves to go top lane, in my opinion. But Soraka definitely could affect the mid game matchup between this Victor and Kale, and that is a possibility I think that could happen.
Yeah, definitely agree. Well, you heard it here, folks. We got the caster himself, Crimzs, saying DPS has got this on its back for the first game of this series. And yeah, this is going to be it for the draft. We're going to wait for the Spectre to delay. But when we're back, it's going to be game one. Don't go anywhere. Buds. Okay, buds. Got it.
All right, finally. Man, if only the juggler didn't pick Zac, you know, instead of picking his extra champion. I don't understand not owning all champions.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Black Twitch League. We have two teams, the Puds and DPS. DPS is on blue side for this game, and Puds are on red side. So tell me, walk me through about some of these summoner spell choices and maybe some of the runes here. Pretty standard stuff, huh?
Yeah, Singe going with the spellbook instead, going to be adding a lot of utility. I think this is okay because you're not really duking it out with the orange. So Captain Holden, Red Strike probably just going to have a very uninteractive, boring lane.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I've seen that before, and then you're like, oh, it's gonna be a calm lane, and then they just start doing things that are like, wait a minute, this is not calm. They're making decisions that are aggressive, but yeah, I definitely think the kind of the aggressive one here is gonna be the Hecarim, maybe Misfortune a little bit. I do think that Victor has, that range advantage level 1 until Kale hits level 6, so might be opportunistic to try to abuse that as much as possible. It could be a really good way for Victor to get ahead. He did bring the first strike, so looking forward to that kind of aggression. But looks like junglers are starting on opposite ends, so they're not going to even see each other for the first few minutes.
Yeah, pathing top side, a bit interesting for the side of DPS here, as Kenzie is maybe looking to just do a standard full clear and hit bottom on the return here. Landrin going to be using first strike to get some Monet. But, I mean, let's be honest, first strike doesn't really give you much money until later stages of the game, just because the DPS is so low.
Yeah, I do agree. And as we're
Oh,
looking at the
the
bot
Q.
lane here, a lot of trading going on. Yeah, I like that, as I said before, that Soraka Q, the Misfortune Q, great level 1 start for the side of Puds.
Yeah, Puds are going to be playing aggressive in this lane. They're going to want control as they
The
need to
level
win
2.
through this lane here. Level 2
They
first,
do hit
as
the
you're
level
saying.
2. Macchiato also hits level 2 first, but so low. Cleanse is broken on Slicin. Or Slice? Slicin?
Slicing.
Slicin. Okay, Slicin. And a
No,
heal
that's
from
not.
Fun
It's not
Phoenix.
medication. It's slicing.
All right. Well, that was a really bombastic level
Oh, what a
2.
miss!
Unfortunately, it looks like the side of DPS kind of faltered in their level 2. Had to blow a flash from Macchiato. I really love the aggression coming out from Pud's bot side here. It gives him a lot
Oh,
of
that's a
lane
flip.
priority. It is a
All right,
flip
that.
from
Yep,
Holden.
that's Colt Holden's gonna be doing that the whole game whenever Red Strike gets too close. But yeah, look at this bot lane. They're super low. Seraphine doesn't have the healing capacity just yet. Fun Phoenix full HP. Slicin is gonna start to try dicing up this bot lane here because they got him on the ropes. I think. Oh, did they reverse the wave? I thought it was pushing for a second.
It
As
was, and I think they just kind of held it there. Now it's pushing slightly towards the side of DPS, but yeah, low health bars. You don't want to be staying in this lane without that regen. I mean, you got a hack room to deal with, right? If you don't have anything warded, I feel like that could be an opportunity here.
yeah, they might think they're safe because typically junglers like to path topside. Definitely not the case. Hecarim looks like Cyber not going to go anything just yet. I think they could go for a dive just because the health bars are so low, and there is no flash on the Seraphine, and the wave's
Ooh,
pushing
that
in
ward.
is going to catch. Hecarim going to be seen here. They know they're in danger, but I think they have enough damage to burst this wave out.
They might have it. I mean, Latte Vanilla low on mana here, as we know that Sivir does not gain mana from that spell shield anymore. Might be a dive angle, to be honest.
Yeah, 15 CS up, and this would definitely solidify a strong lead if they pull this off here. Looks like they're going for it.
Oh no, but Kenzie's coming. They got to do this quick. It looks like Siberia is going to go in on Latte Vanilla. Flashes out. First blood goes to Misfortune. And kill for Fun Phoenix as well. Slice it in trouble though. Sejuani is here. Flash forward from both of them. Kenzie they was not able to get the last few hits onto Slicin, and that is going to be a clean 2-0 start for the bottom lane of Puds.
Yeah, that is very well played out. Exactly what they wanted. And they have the plays set up for this Hecarim dive here. I think they should have dove the wave before, but hey, I'll take it on the wave after. And no one dies, so I say that is a great play. And now there's just going to be even more agency and strength coming from this bot lane.
Yeah, I definitely think when you said like bottom lane is going to be the action piece, well, there's your action right there. I think it's going to continue, but top lane here, Holden's getting so low. The auto attack from Red Strike is going to do the death timer for Captain Holden. What happened there? It seemed like he had the lane under moderate control here, but yeah.
And that just got a bit out of hand. Really shouldn't be aiming for fighting, especially with the grasp and no aggressive sums. Cyberin has not backed yet. Am I reading this right?
Yes, Cyberin is not back yet. He's doing more clearing of the camps. Trying to get as much of a lead from that gank as possible, I guess. As a root comes forward from Latte Macchiato, Latte Vanilla is going to follow up on Slice it here. And the table's ever so slightly turning in the favor of DPS, but still a long ways to go. Fun Phoenix putting out the poke even more in this bottom lane.
Yeah, as they're pushing up yet again. Hecarim not there this time, so I think they're going to be safe to get this wave in. And we'll see if they potentially try to get some wards down. I see a lot of blue around this dragon, so definitely vision secured for the side DPS.
Yeah, I think I was kind of talking to you about that a little earlier as, vision is going to be the name of the game for those Hecarim ganks. And, first dragon of the game is going to be this mountain. Hopefully it's a nice soul, maybe even a cloud soul for Hecarim. I mean, either side could take a cloud soul. I think that would be really good with the Sivir as well, but would love to see something spicy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Earth Drake is definitely very, very strong. So definitely would like to see that in the game. It's just game warping, a little bit overpowered, to be honest.
Just some audio issues here I'm trying to fix real quick, but Ignite popped onto Red Strike from Captain Holden here. I think that was just utilizing the spellbook to its full advantage, I guess.
Yeah, and I think we really just just the way these waves play out, people really want to farm. Gale Victor, that's a bit of a farm lane, top lane, a bit of a farm lane. Although Captain Holden did go down, but we see our friend Hecarim on the bottom side of the jungle yet again, and he can go for another lane gank. No wards there; those have all been cleared out. And I see there is a couple angles for this to be pulled off. Not level 6 though, so it's going to be a bit harder to get this going.
Yeah, we do have Siberian on the bottom side of the map. Hopefully I fixed that audio issue. I'm not sure if it's still there. Okay. Well, try to fix that. But meanwhile, we have a bottom lane gank here from both the junglers. Kenzie is level 6. He is spotted out on the ward. Siberian as well, but... Oh.
Yeah, and that could be a potential counter gank as well. Level 6 on the Hecarim. If this ever pushes back into them, they can definitely go for that and get a quick kill again. There is no flash on the Sivir. Very important. I would hope that they have that tracked. As well, that is going to be a nothing burger. Rift Herald is up, and I think for the side of Puds, you really want to aim for the Rift Herald and get the game snowballed.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Not sure if my audio issue is still persisting, but kind of a stalemate match here. Nobody's even kind of looking at the dragon quite yet, as it might be possible that the Rift Herald is an option for the side of DPS. They do have that top lane prio, it seems like.
Yeah, something I do want to point out is we're finally starting to see some CS leads building. Landrin and Slicin have got themselves roughly 20 CS lead each. And so that is definitely helping towards this gold lead. That is 1,500 there. And that's exactly where I want the gold lead to be. You don't really mind the deficit on the cinch. He'll probably pick it up later in the game, just farming on the sideways. As we have the first objective to be taken here, Dragon at 3K. Puds are the one who are going to be taking it, while DPS are going for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, a little bit of Captain Holden kind of scaring them away there. Not really sure what they're
Oh, Fun
doing
Phoenix
there, but
got rooted.
Fun Phoenix did get rooted, but returned a Q and healed up as a response. No kills right there.
Yeah, all right. Queen Lyre, still not level 11 yet. Kale will become a champion once that second ultimate hits. Kind of just a very weak version of Kale at this moment. And I'm just looking for the first mythics to come out. Nothing's coming out yet, as this is a pretty slow game, all been told so far.
Yeah, we're 10 minutes in. Not okay. So we have a little bit of technical issues. Don't worry, we'll try to get that fixed real quick after these this top lane fight might be there. Nope, I guess they're just kind of chilling.
All right, bot lane.
All
Oh,
right,
we
bot
have
lane. Yeah,
just a
looks like
flash being
it's a
blown. That's
flash being
about it.
blown, but that's about it. Yeah, these teams are kind of just backing away from each other time and time again.
All right,
Hopefully,
and well, okay, let's hope the bat has fixed all our woes here, as top lane Captain Holden is low, and if
okay,
he gets hit,
Macchiato is going to get a full burst of the misfortune. A heal comes through, I think.
yeah, fortunately, Fun Phoenix was not in position to deal any damage, as I think that would have finished off Macchiato. Kenzie's
All
here,
right.
flash being
Slice
burned.
and yep, Flash being burned. Kenzie is gonna pick up the kill on Fun Phoenix, and Slice is next on the table, but Landred is here. The Chaos Storm is gonna come out, and Kenji is getting pretty low. They can't afford to stay in this 3v2 situation. Landred is gonna pick up the kill on Sejuani. Meanwhile, both the lattes, both the coffees will just stand back and be like, well, we're in this position again. We're low health. They cannot stay that
Oh,
Victor laser, but the root comes in. The last turn shot is not going to be able to kill him. The exhaust comes through, but that does not matter. Slice is going to pick up the kill with the double up. And Macchiato is staying a little bit long.
full
Siberian is here.
circle.
And yep, that's going to be another kill picked up for Puds. Well played.
Yeah, that was on the line for the side of Puds there. Multiple members get very low. That is an interesting interaction between the flip and the knockup of Orn and Singe there. But overall, I think we could say Puds did take the advantage in that last fight, pick up a couple kills, did no more CS. Misfortune 2-0 and 2, Slicing, doing pretty good in the early phases of this game, which is exactly what they want. And now
Yeah.
they're going to try to get to that rolling continually into the mid game, pick up another dragon, and then that will put them in a pretty good position to be closing out this game.
Yeah, they like we said, like the early aggression is on Puds, and they're doing a really great job trying to punish these plays. They even picked up a dragon for themselves, and they're gonna continue to push this bottom lane as Siberian is here again. Latte Vanilla does pop the ultimate. The Onslaught of Shadows is gonna come out too. Oh, and there's the bullet time. It's just over. The Latte Vanilla had no chance in that one.
Yeah, I personally prefer Mocha myself, as Latte does not survive despite the spell shield. And without her support is very, very susceptible to ganks there. They're going to get 2 plates. Looks like they could go for 3. And that would
Yeah.
mean that this is definitely a funneling of gold to Slice in here. Just want to pop over and see the gold differential. And yeah, it's looking like Slicin is almost 2 times the gold of his counterpart there. And with the Mythic Complete, first one, I believe, as well, looking really good so far.
Yeah, even Landry. I mean, we've seen the gank setup coming out from him on that 3v2 down in the bottom lane. I mean, they're really putting all their marbles on Celestin at this point, and I feel like that's a good thing. They're already starting to stack the dragons, and leave Captain Holden to his own. I mean, he does have now the Rylai's Crystal Scepter that's going to help him kind of escape from whatever Red Strike wants to throw at him. So this is looking really good for the side of Puds, but we're gonna have to wait till late game, these late game team fights. We haven't really seen a full on 5v5 yet.
Yeah, Captain Holden's going to have to hold down the top lane, make sure he doesn't give up any more.
Living
So
up
far,
to the
one
name.
kill. Yeah, so far 1 kill is acceptable. I'll give it like a B rating,
Yeah.
as they have the dragon spawning soon, and Slicin doesn't have ultimate, which I think is actually huge ultimate to be missing here, as I think DPS are unaware of that scenario.
Yeah, I guess they're not really taking a chance, knowing that not all their members are in position for this dragon. Just gonna
Yeah,
let
they
them
kind
get
of
the
gave it
second
up.
dragon. Yeah. And Infernal Drake, I love this. Is gonna wait a minute. The Onslaught of Shadows comes out. Flash from Queen Lyre's gonna put the kill into safety here.
That was a bit early, even old. Bit
Yeah.
cocky with that trigger finger there, but
Trigger figure.
yeah,
For sure.
not much being gained other than that. I mean, look, trading your ult for Hecker Mult is actually pretty good at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. Especially that flash as well. Wait, Captain Holden wants a little bit of
Oh,
action of his
going
own.
in.
You got flash. Flip the Queen Lyre not into the pool though, so didn't get the root off. The Encore does come out, but not much happened right there. That was just kind
Yeah,
of a trade of summer spells and ultimates and call it a day.
yeah. Captain Holden activating Chad mode there. Does get the flip the wrong way and then runs back into the charm, but it doesn't matter because he's that
Okay,
much of a tank.
Landon is in trouble here. The
Oh,
bullet time
nice
comes
stun.
out, picks up the Sever on the end of that, and yeah, that's gonna be one kill so far for Puds.
Yeah, Puds, that was actually well executed play. I was not expecting that. No real objectives to go for, so they'll get the mid turret instead. I believe they're not going to be able to get it. It looks like they're backing up, so they're not even going to bother defending it. Queen Lyra was low, and yeah, that ultimate almost secured 2 kills.
Yeah,
Queen Lyra barely getting out of there alive.
yeah. I'm looking at some of the builds here. Some interesting things to point out. Queen Lyre did pick up Wit's End as a first choice. Anti-magic damage, which I mean, Slice is doing a lot of damage. Kind of have to make sure that you're not taking too much damage from her. But yeah, the last oh sorry the Lord Dominic's regard on the Misfortune very early on here. I know they have two tanks, so it makes a lot of sense. But kind of walk me through what are you expecting to see now that we get into kind of the mid game here on these items?
Well, with Puds in the lead here, and definitely a money and item lead, I suspect they're going to pick up the next dragon unless they make some kind of mistake. Rift Herald's on the plate right now, not really contestable as well. And, just waiting for maybe they're going to get their 3 items, and then that's when they can really take over the game on this Misfortune here. Shouldn't be too long as already on the second one completed. So I think they're gonna probably go for this top turret. I think you can push out mid, rotate top, drop Rift Herald, free gold on the plate, and then stall out the game until next dragon. And that would probably be the game-winning plan in my head.
Oh, looks like Siberian wants a little bit of Kenzie's jungle. Not sure if he actually stole that Gromp with the smite there. It looked like it, but maybe it was the Sejuani who kind of picked that up. I think I saw, yeah, the cooldown of Sejuani's uh, smite there is gonna secure that, as top lane seems to be the point of contention right now. A lot of damage come out from Landrin here onto Queen Lyre. That laser doing a lot. Leandri's build, they're not really punishing this Victor, right? We have no deaths on 2 of the carries of Puds. I wonder if they're just gonna try to force a team fight here in the top lane. They have 4 members here. against
I
this
mean, they
Rift
have a
Herald
hard
play.
enough time keeping their own carries alive right now.
Yeah.
So,
Rift Herald pop. Bullet time popped as well. Gonna
oh, it
see a
does. I
little bit of
forgot.
damage.
The spell shield does not work on the MF bullet time. Let's
Yeah.
just remember.
All right, the Ord Horde finally pulled up. The onslaught shots right into their tower. I don't know if it's what you want to do. Siberian is taking a lot of damage. The heals are coming through from Soraka. Captain Holding getting extremely low. On the other side of
Whoa!
the map, Landred it falls to Queen Lyre actually, and Captain Holding just runs right into them, but gets stunned and knocked up. Gonna fall to Latte Vanilla. That was an interesting turnaround.
Yeah, I think the death bot lane very surprising there, as well as topside just over forcing. They didn't really commit to the fight, and MF burned the ultimate already, which is why they decided to go for it. I mean, remember, most of the power of the comp is in the MF ult, and they really didn't get a kill with it in that top lane engage. I think they could
Yeah.
have flexed their power around a little more. They should have had an uneven fight topside, but I think they kind of just bumbled around a little too much and let them 4v4 up top instead. And yeah, I wish we could go back and see what happened to Landry, but yeah, they finally got the kill, and this KO looking mighty strong all of a sudden.
Yeah, the scale is looking strong. Gonna be this next dragon coming up, and it looks like all 5 members from both teams are gonna meet up here.
Oh,
Maybe
Queen
try to
Lyre.
get a pick. Queen Lyre might be in trouble. Siberian gonna pop the devastating charge. Yeah,
It's all
I
Corey
don't
now.
think. I think it's Queen Lyre for the dragon at this point. Queen Lyre's gonna do their best to stay alive, but gonna run into the turret, just take the fall as the sights are turned
Kevin
to
gets it.
dragon. Who's gonna pick it up? Is it gonna be the Sejuani? No, it's gonna be stolen from Siberian, and now Team Fight is gonna pull out. Landry gets the first kill. Red Strike also gonna fall here. They have to retreat on the side of DPS, but no, Onslaught Channel finally popped here. Landry's gonna be on the chase, gets Latte Vanilla. Kenzie is the last one alive. I don't think it's gonna end well. Can't escape the devastating charge from Heckerman. This is gonna be an ace coming out from
Yeah.
Puds. They are turning their sights to Baron immediately.
Yeah, looking good. And they have Soraka and their jungler up. So this is definitely a Baron angle. Multiple members already on top of it. Winning that dragon fight as well as securing the dragon. Siberian, nice flash to pick that up as well. Fortunately, Queen Lyre tried to distract, but didn't really mount to much.
Yeah, this is getting way into the hands more and more to Puds. I think that with this Baron, they're going to be able to maybe crack an inhibitor here.
I think their goal is at least to get all the outer turrets and the mid-tier turrets as well. I mean, unless they like ran down mid lane and then DPS decided to fight them and lost, I would be hard struggling to see them getting an inhib here. But hey, it's nice if it happens.
Yeah, I mean, you send Captain Holden. It looks like they're sending Captain Holden top lane while the rest charge down mid lane. So it's definitely possible. That mid lane turret, the tier 2 turret, is relatively low. And I don't know. I don't think DPS really wants to fight them at this point. They just expended a lot of ultimate abilities. They do have them up soon, but they kind of have to split their focus here. Captain Holden can definitely just, take a turret. Doesn't even care that Red Strike is doing a lot of damage to him. But
Oh
wait, the
no, he
Ward
picked up
Horde is going to be
aggro.
popped here. Call the Forge God. Gonna knock him up. Captain Holden way too fast, though. Is going to just run away.
Yeah, that is definitely a bit of a mistake there. Fortunately, he's able to patch that up. His team could probably come in from behind and secure them a turret and a kill. Gonna need some assistance to take down this turret here. I mean, Captain Holden kind of went magic damage build instead of tank. So,
Yeah.
I mean, whose fault is it really?
Okay, Kenzie's kind of making sure. Okay, Captain Holden returning to the fight. Red Strike is gonna fall to Slyson. Rest of their team kind of got to back up. Fun Phoenix was almost in trouble there.
Yeah, and they finally get at that outer turret there. And now they can
Okay,
start aiming towards other lanes. Queen Lyre.
1v1 in the mid lane here. Queen Lyre is gonna pop her ultimate. It's gonna get a shutdown, but it's gonna get immediately shut down by Slicin. Once again, the 7-0 misfortune is gonna go godlike, and this is really just falling out of the hands of DPS. All right. And
And I
kind of get
believe
a
we just had a
resync.
sync up here. Yeah, so we got some
Yeah.
resyncing happening.
So
Ultimate Bullet
Lantern.
gonna land.
Yep.
Landry getting comboed up.
Bullet
Kenzie
time.
is leading it. Bullet time gonna land on 2 members. Not doing too much. Macchiato is still alive. However, Landry's ultimate burning
Oh
members
my
down.
gosh.
Red Shark's getting extremely low. And Slicin gets a double kill off the double of Latte Vanilla might follow suit right after. Soraka tries the silence, doesn't pick it up. And now, as you know, I said earlier how they're not going to get an inhib unless they team fight, and I was like, probably not likely. Well, I guess you're right, Wookie Monster.
Yep. And we're gonna get into a pause here. Wow, what an interesting way to get that inhibitor though. And I think you were kind of right though. They did end up uh having to kind of backtrack and just pick up the top lane tower and that kill. All right. Well, we're gonna take a quick break while we solve some technical issues. But we'll be back on the riff soon. Don't go anywhere. And we're back after that quick pause here on Summoner's Rift. As we pick up from where we were at before, we had a really good punishment on that inhibitor here. And don't worry about that slight pause. That's going to go away rather quickly here. As I was saying, though. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So we're back in sync. And what just happened? I mean, we got a nice mid push, and then Red Strike was up alone in the top side of the map. He got picked off. The tower fell, and then they just pushed down mid on the side of Puds, got an inhibitor, kept picking up kills. This misfortune is out of control. What can DPS do to come back in this game?
Well, it's gonna take a lot for them to come back in this game, but the option is there. They just have to absolutely decimate the back line of Puds here, and then they will win a fight, and then they have to do that probably 2 or 3 more times.
Well, the next fight is going to be this Infernal Drake. It's going to be fourth for the side of Puds. Puds do have the advantage, the priority.
Side here.
Heckern is on the side here. He's going to get spotted out, maybe? They know somebody's on that side. They're going to commit. Bullet time goes out. Onslaught of Shadows in the back side of the map. And Vanilla is going to get killed. And wait a minute. It's turning in favor of DPS right now. Wait. The low health bars, they're all over as that Chaos Storm is erupting on top of them. And they get away just barely. That's the 2-for-1 at the end of the day. Minions are pushing in. They have to go stop it. They can't even contest anything at this point. They lost the dragon as well during that fight, and that was just, at least they got 2 members of Puds, but is that going to be enough? I don't think so.
Yeah, without securing the dragon, definitely not making that fight super worth it, as it's a 10k gold deficit on their side here. Now, they did play it out pretty well, as they focused out Vanilla here. Queen Lyre putting down a pretty good ultimate as well. And they
Yeah.
were able to pick up 2 kills in the front line there, so that was good.
Yeah, they had a lot of damage on Latte Vanilla, so that Divine Judgment ultimate from Kale definitely sealed the deal for at least one of their members, at least the front line of PUD. So if you can
Yeah.
take out the front line, you just gotta work your way to the back line. They don't have really easy access though, so it's gonna be really hard for them to kind of get there. They still have a Deathless Misfortune to deal with.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vanilla was kiting back, so not really doing massive damage. Was able to pick. It was just a bait at the end of the day, as Red Strike's take a lot of
Oh
damage.
my gosh,
Baron
yeah.
is up as well, and I'm noticing something weird. Vanilla's got an Essence Reaver, or unless this is a spectator glitch somehow.
No, I see it too. But on the bottom side of the map, Captain Holden is taking the
That's
Kale
actually
one on
big
one.
because Queen Lyre is a lot of their damage, and
Yeah,
they can't contest the Baron at all.
they can, and that's. I mean, this is another Baron. All the objectives have literally gone over to Puds. There's not been a single neutral objective that has gone to DPS.
Yeah, not for lack of trying though. They really
Yeah,
were trying on
definitely.
that third dragon there. As yeah, second Baron, second time might be the charm here. Still need to get the outer on top side first. I would probably do that before marching down mid lane, but this inhib is about to respawn.
Yeah, that is true, and I feel a fight brewing in my bones as they're trying to defend as much as they can. The range advantage is currently going over to Landrin here. I feel like he has a lot of damage from far away. As I say that, he's getting blown up. He has to flash away. The whole time goes out, but Queen Lyra's
Whoa,
going to
Red
divide
Strike.
Judgment herself. Red Strike going in the middle of their team. He's going to fall just immediately. Not much he can do. Cyber on the side once again. The Onslaught Shadow goes onto their back line. Meanwhile, Kenzie is in the thick of things again. Gonna fall. The front line is just evaporating here. The Flash Encore is gonna catch 3 of them, but is that enough? Queen Lyra's putting out a lot of damage. Does take out the Soraka. But can they defend it against the Siege here? Wow! Queen Lyra doing so much damage. Is gonna force Puzz to back off for now, but yeah, protecting the Kale seems to be the play here.
Yeah, Kale is level 16 now, so we can see a huge spike in damage. Won't be able to save the bottom inhib, but does save the game. Landrin was just limping away from the fire waves, hitting him right in the face. And they've stalled enough time potentially for either another team fight or long enough for an Elder fight. Which, I mean, if they get that and they smite away the Elder Dragon, Queen Lyre still alive, maybe he still has ultimate.
Yeah.
Maybe we see a pentakill reverse comeback in this game here.
Yeah, this is where, DPS shines the most, is in this extreme late game where Kale just does massive amounts of damage for no reason. Just gotta love that champion, man.
I don't think it's no reason. It's definitely for not winning the game in time, you know?
Yeah, true. Very true. But is it gonna be enough? I mean, we saw DPS's front line. Yeah,
Soraka's not
Queen
there.
Lyre. Soraka's not there. Coming up, though, but Queen Lyre just gonna play it safe. Playing for the team fight. I think that's where it's at. I feel like if DPS's front line just stays alive for as long as it can to allow Queen Lyre to do some damage. And here it is. Siberia's going to be the first target. The 3-man char is going to come out. He's going to fall. Slicin has the GA, cleanses out of the CC. Okay, Divine Judgment. And the failed bullet time. It's going to cost them possibly the game here. Queen Lyre is just stacking up the damage over and over again. Fun Phoenix now going to fall. Double kill over to Queen Lyre. And the last one standing in this fight is Captain Holden. Landon on the other side does take a turret, though. And is forced to run away. Almost gets the inhibitor here. But that was a really good fight for Queen Lyre.
Yeah, you could definitely see that they were aiming for that fight. Queen Lyre was on the side, playing very aggressively. Red Strike inexplicably leaves top lane. I think there might have been a bit of lack of communication from Landrin there because, I mean, why else would Ornn leave the lane? He's trying to kill your team is why.
Yeah, that is fair enough. But here's the thing now. They have 3 open inhibitors to take. They have 1 tower remaining. Is it going to be enough in this Elder fight to sustain the base and capture this Elder for the side of DPS? Can they actually do it? It's coming up in about 20 seconds here.
It's
We
like
see
they don't have
that.
enough time.
Yeah,
Look,
they
there's
don't have
no
enough
one on the
time.
map.
Puds is kind of grouping towards this objective. Looks like they're allowed a little bit of space to push out, but they're gonna also meet up with Puds at the Dragon Pit. This is the last fight I see. It's gonna come down to this. All the marbles here for the first game. This is only the first game. They've started up Elder Drake. Here it goes. Chaos Storm popped early. Stun will come out from Victor as well. Okay, the Ornhorn uses steal. It's stolen! And Queen Lyre is going to be outputting so much damage, it doesn't even matter how much CC. Queen Lyre is just going to rip apart the enemy team. Triple kill. And Captain Holden is literally the only one left once again. Is gonna just kind of run around, do whatever he wants, try to stall out the game for as long as he can. Is this the end for Puds, though?
This is looking like the downfall of Puds. The Kale level 3 ultimate is online. Got a quadra kill, so not exactly a penta, but the amount of damage with the Elder is going to be insane. And there's a lot of turrets to stall for time, so that's not the end of the game for them. But it's looking like this game might have flipped despite this 4th dragon for the side of Puds.
Yeah, not even, like, you wouldn't think that looking at the gold, but, I mean, just securing that Elder means a ton for the side of DPS, and now they have their first really good footing in this game. They're going to just support Queen Lyre as kill damage just is going to shred the entire enemy team. I feel like the only way that Puds can actually do something is if they just lock her down. Make sure she's not doing that damage. But these fights are just erupting, and unfortunately the Divine Judgment means somebody is not going to take any damage at all, and more likely than not, it's going to be odd to Queen Lyre.
I do think that they have an angle to absolutely one-shot Queen Lyre here. They have Soraka Silence, they have CC,
right,
and there is no QSS on the side of Queen Lyre. Now, they're going to have a bit of problem with the crown, so the crown coming in right now is going to make it a bit sketchy, but they could poke it off and then maybe go for the one-shot combo.
Okay, Landred is actually going to get caught here by the Sejuani, and Ornhorn is also going to catch him out. He has to pop the Chaos Storm, and that's not enough. Queen Lyre just two-shot him, almost literally.
All right, they're going to go for the Baron, and they have Red Strike backing. I don't think there's any way they could take it. I think you have two rest of your members go try to take this inhib. Cyburn tries to steal on the side, and we'll see if he can go for it. He has ultimate, can get over the pit. This is a bit risky.
Yeah, no, he's taking way too much damage. He's just going to fall before the Baron even gets close to dying. Meanwhile, it does seem like Captain Holden is doing the job. Takes out one inhibitor. But yeah, this has changed drastically.
Yeah. Okay, do you remember when there was a 10k gold lead for Puds?
Yeah, I do. I definitely
do. Because
do.
that was like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, and now it's shriveled down to less than 1k here. This is looking desperate, and we can see the desperation coming out from Puds. This is this is the first game, and it's gotten this back and forth. Can they hold it out, or will this Kale just go rampant? They have to stack their CC and their damage onto this Kale, or else it's just going to keep going like this.
Yeah, Queen Lyre absolutely carrying this game so far. They're not going to push their advantage. Just going to take an inhib for inhib here. But look at this. There's just more gold on the map ready to be taken. Bot lane has 2 turrets left. Top lane's got 1. And they can march those in for free and then challenge the inhib turrets right after. And this death squad rowing on the map right now is absolutely frightening.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the level on Fun Phoenix, and you see that Kale's level 18? Yeah, that's a 5-level difference right there. They really need to catch back up to this Kale. Everybody needs to be level 18. It's not exactly late game yet, but they have to get there, else this Kale is just going to keep wiping out their base. And yeah, it's possible that they just turn this whole thing around.
Yeah, looks like Cyberian trying to do some tricky things on the side here. Oh,
Ghosts? Okay, the engage from Captain Holden is going to take all the CC. Okay, that's a 3-man knockup. Bullet time does connect, but it's not going to be enough. Latte Vanilla does take out Landrin. Okay, the backside, Captain Holden trying to get onto Macchiato here. Siberian is coming from the side. Does have the Onslaught of Shadows, doesn't pop it yet. That's one for Captain Holden, that's one for Slice, and Kale wasn't even there. They caught them
Yeah.
by surprise.
Well, how do you win that team fight, Wookie? Well, they found the answer. Just fight when Kale's not there. And it was a breeze. Absolutely easy win. Good call out to engage when they spotted out that Kale was not there. Now they have to fight through two members,
man.
a 2v4. I
It
think
could
they
be.
could win.
They could win that 2v4. Let's see. Siberian still has the Onslaught of Shadows, so he's going to get ripped apart right in the beginning of this. Going to get healed up by Soraka, but oh my gosh, the burn is just too much. They need to pop the CC sooner. No! Queen Lyre still alive. Okay, Misfortune coming back up for this resurrection is not able to do anything. Gets just get annihilated by Red Strike and Queen Lyre. They're actually pulling off the 2v4. Okay, the Call of the Forge God is not going to hit anybody, but Fun Phoenix is just getting slow forever, and it's going to fall. Oh my gosh, they're actually just doing it. Next Elder in 30 seconds. Chris, what is happening?
I don't understand why they didn't just hard commit on the Kale. They just let everyone
Yeah.
get beat up by the Kale. Essentially, not even fighting back. Queen just free fire and getting free kills. I'll take that any day of the week. With Elder coming up, maybe they don't even need to go for Elder. Do you see how strong this Kale is?
Landry versus Queen Lyre. Let's see who wins. Oh, so close. Has to flash away from the Chaos Storm to live, but I think if you're Queen Lyre, that was way worth. And Siberian wants to cause some damage here. Didn't get to use the Onslaught of Shadows. Okay. The Sichuani, the Glacial Prison misses. Siberian getting exhausted here.
Queen.
Flint comes out. Queen is in danger, though. Shutdown goes under Slice, and can they win the rest of the team fight? No. Red Strike is so tanky, but it's dying so quickly to this tower. Double kill goes over to Slice, and meanwhile, there's the Onslaught of Shadows. The almost game winning can be possible game winning. There's so long of death timers. Can they pull this off? I think this is their chance to actually pull game one into a dub for themselves as they have struggled time and time again against Queen Lyre. This is it.
What is happening in this game? Most of these fights, everyone must be on edge, extremely anxious, having the jitters here. They're going for the end. 20 seconds on Queen Lyre. I think if they don't end it, Kill's gonna come back and wipe them all.
Oh,
14 seconds on the clock.
No, that is way too much damage onto the enemy Nexus, and that is going to be, after a very resilient game, Puns taking the first game of the series. What a game. That was a 40-minute game for the first one. That is crazy.
That game went from 0 to 100 really quick.
Yeah. That went from 0 to 100 to like, oh my gosh, we're turning the tide to like 200%, and then back to 100%. I was just all over the place for me.
Yeah, that was a roller coaster of emotions there. And I have to say, it's probably super demoralizing to lose that game for either side there. So we're hoping for either team to bounce back. And
we're going to take a short break, though. We're going to try to solve some technical difficulties. We're going to restart. So please stay tuned. Don't close your browsers. We'll be right back with Game 2 of the series.